So we are live, it seems. Yeah, nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Here we are. Here we are again. Is this working? What's okay? I forgot to start that. Also, wait. Start this. Okay. Um, so with these two things, I should. Uh, yeah, I should try to make. I'll just say have to always do on everything, and after that, I will go and eat an apple, I guess. Uh, Where are we? Okay, I didn't open B though. Let me do that first. Besides that, what else? I need to. I need to open. What's I need to open? Ah, yeah. Here. Also, wait, because this is quite loud, so let me decrease the volume on my PC. There it is. That's that. Hello, Joanna. Yeah. Certainly, sometimes there is no need for sleeping, I guess. So, welcome. I hope you have been having a great week so far, or at the very least a great day. And yeah, here we are. It is already nice. Let me see it's over here. Let me do it over here. Let me copy this. What's up with this? This has no repercussion. What the fuck? That's done. I think that's what it is. Wait, what? What am I? Ah, link. I forgot to make that very important part of the post itself. Oh, where is it here? Okay, there it is. What? Limit within the past 1 days. Okay. Goodbye, I guess. Have a great one, brother. Then. Uh, so that's besides the point. Let me see. What is red? Also here. I don't want. I want to post that there. I like the energy today. Let me see over here. Do we have? Yeah, we have a chance over here. Yeah, nice, I guess. At the very least, you get to properly. What was it? You get to go to sleep feeling tired, so that is nice at the very least. So yeah, if it means that you're already going to sleep, have a nice one. Yeah. So what's up with this Yeah, I don't care about this one. Let's skip this one. Let's, yeah, I guess I'm quite done with all of this. So far, I don't have almost nothing else to do over here. So yeah, let me see how much time has already passed. Okay, 5 minutes only. I will. Okay. I will take a leave, and after that, I will come back. Yeah, I will finish my candy. I will go with my apple. After that, we continue with whatever it is. So yeah, give me, I don't know, like 5 minutes. I think it is what it takes me to eat an apple rapidly. Give me around that much. Thank you. I'm back. So, oh, what a great life. Holy fucking god. What an amazing thing it is to exist. Dear god. Anyways, what do you have to do? Yeah, okay. You have to react to something, and I I haven't really decided that, but I will be real. I will do it later on. I don't want to say right now anything. I don't feel like doing it. Let me do something else. So what I want to do be okay. How much time do we have? 2 minutes. So that's one at which time? Let me check. One. Okay. One is goes for two. Two. 3. I am. Okay. Confirm. I started incredibly late, or what's up with this? Kind of, I guess. But anyways, besides the point, that's one, and I think I can make another one. Let me. Okay. Wait. Let me finish. Give me 1 second. Two. No. Del restart. Fuck. PM. Okay. Uh, Wait before it passes even more time. Here. Aha! I didn't open beer. No, I did. What's up with this? Hello, Bido? Why are you not capturing? Anyways, hello, there it is. I was losing my mind for a second. Okay, so now for real, here we are. 1 minute, yeah, almost a whole minute later on, here we are. Back to here. Hello, people. It has been quite a long time since the last occasion, so it's always a pleasure to stay here and to be and to do whatever it is that we do here. As always, welcome everybody. Here we are, talking about stuff, communicating about ideas, presently discussing and analyzing whatever it is that we find in our paths towards the ever moving, let's say, ever moving goal that is happiness. So, yeah, welcome. As always, hello, lurkers, bot watchers, viewers, hello everyone, and in particular, in this one occasion, thanks to Savannah Pure, who was here at the first. So yeah. Uh, very nice. I think, yeah, there is one possible problem, and that is I don't have the clock noise going on. There it is now. So yeah, anyways, hello people. Since the last occasion, we had some problems, particularly the one that my internet fucking died in the middle of everything. So I lost whatever is it that we were doing. In that case, it was the watching of the video. I realized, I think, like 5 minutes later on, when I wanted to pause, that I saw that I had a whole crashing thing showing on OBS. So that was quite a shocking discovery. That was quite amazing. I feel like, but yeah. Um, Besides that, a lot of why I am hearing things. I think I am going crazy. A lot of other things has always happened. Since the last time, we also did anything particularly happen? I think no, right? We simply are here, present, hoping, I guess, in this case, for internet to work properly, and trying to see if we are going to get to finish whatever it is that we do. Taking advantage, though, of what is actually the, yeah, the current things going on, and also I am a little bit worried because I am already seeing how the bitrate is varying more than normal. But besides that, trying to take advantage of what little or what few is it that we have. Let's see if we can properly get to finish the first lesson that we, yeah, or firstly, let's say like that, Firstly, finish the lesson that we left unattended last time, and after that, also try and go react to something basically. That's basically the plan of today. I I noticed I'd said it before. I noticed that I left my videos or my list of things that we could try to analyze later on unattended for quite a long time, and it ended up being a little bit more than annoying. Not because I really, yeah, I wanted to watch them, and I really slacked on even remembering that it was a possibility. I think something very common for me, at the very least when I have no schedule, is I go to the most basic things, and those are rambling, trying to integrate something of a visual cue with images made in Krita and all of that, and visual maps, and those are not synthesis, right? What's their name? I don't remember, but basically, yeah, organizing stuff on Krita on one hand, later on reading the Mahabharata, and besides that, also even going and watching the lessons themselves. So I do forget about a lot of other things that we could try to do when it comes to being here. And I don't know, I don't really get angry at the fact that we do forget about them. It is just, I believe so, quite a normal occurrence, because after all, it it ends up being problematic that we don't get to deal with whatever it is that we want. So, or not that with whatever, at whichever rate is it that we want. So I do end up varying a lot more than what will I want to, um, if we could be here present at every single time. So yeah, that's quite a problem. But besides that, something something else, or more ideas, more similar notions to take into consideration end up being um, not so forgotten. I believe so, because after all, for example, from the Mahabharata, we end up extracting some lessons and such. So we just miss the random factor of learning about those things that are completely outside of our control, that might be in some way interesting, but which we don't get to know how completely useful they are, because so far they truly lack that side of already being capable of predicting whatever it is that they are about. So yeah, that's one thing, and that's later on something that we will have to deal with later on. Also, I just noticed I forgot to put this on screen, and that's my problem. Also, so let me give me a second because I want to do this. Uh, I don't know if I still have a weird throat. I feel like I have it. Supposedly, based on what those who live with me said, I don't. But I feel like I still have a fucked up throat. So I will leave this here. Um, so yeah, basically that. Let me add that there and make it visible. And there it is. Now for real. Sorry, I forgot to make that one thing there. So yeah, nice. I don't know. I think today it is one of those few cases in which I get to say that it has become a quite amazing experience, the one of thinking, to get to not be so lost in problems. Therefore, finding here um, the pleasure of being, doing whatever it is that we like to do, ends up being quite an overwhelmingly enjoyable experience, even more today. So yeah, nice. And well, besides that, I haven't really said anything of any meaning at all so far. So let us start with something else, whatever else it is that we can so far. Um, let's go fiercely with. We have been so far. We have been having quite a nice time. We have been organizing and we have been dealing with whatever it is that we can lately. And this is already Tuesday. I think so. So this is certainly already a crazy week for us. But we'll see how we end up doing at the end of it. We we don't get to know exactly how it will go, but as always, no? The minimal thing to always try to do is wish to do our best, because at the very least, by doing such a thing, it is that we end up learning how how good it all went. And yeah, I don't know. Besides that, because I think we are simply here, presenting whatever it is on the streams too much. Let me take a sip of water so that we can move into an unrelated matter, something that I had been thinking about. I okay, yeah. So yeah, I firstly I want to say sorry because I missed something that I was um, intensely thinking about. I don't remember exactly which idea was it that I had, but I knew that was interesting. So I say sorry because I feel like certainly I made kind of an error in not writing down whatever is it that I wanted to talk in that moment. And I don't know. I think it simply happens that a lot of times, at the very least in my case, um, what I do when I get those desires to think about something, or to go over certain topics, if I can't really hold myself back, I end up simply thinking about them, yes, but doing so completely on on myself and by myself. So it ends up being crazy. It ends up being quite crazy to realize that after all of these things are mostly ideas that I end up being capable of containing and not exploring any further because I can see how problematic it would become if I don't hold myself back in those sense, yeah, in those terms. But yeah, besides that, mm, now for real, after like 5 minutes of saying, yeah, let's try going to something else. Um, now for real, I don't know. I have been so far thinking, and I have been so far keeping my. mm, I think in this case, head will not be the correct expression, right? My mind. Okay, I have been trying to keep my mind quite empty lately, and also hello, Must. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, but yeah, I have been trying to see, and I have been trying to organize myself in terms of properly learning as much as we can, and as much as it is possible, at the very, very least for me, to keep integrating knowledge and integrating whatever it is that I can. And it has become rather amazing. Once again, what ends up being the capacity of, um, yet again, filling up the different empty spaces found in the act itself that is learning. And I think I I don't get so far in the present moment to comprehend how deep it goes, but I can start to picture how complex it is. Almost everything. Yeah, the first expression that I wanted to go with, certainly one not so easy to grasp, is everything in life. Certainly that is true, but at the same time doesn't mean anything. Something a little bit closer to home. Yeah, how complex it is, whatever one might desire. Let's start from there. And I was very interested in this because it has become pretty clear, to me at the very least, that there is a very, very, very big amount of success related to the proportional amount of efforts that we put onto whichever idea is it that we are cultivating and whichever level of observation we are professing over our interests. And the problem itself, kind of, is that we don't really obtain the skill to fully be immersed in what we do most of the time because we end up being preoccupied with a lot of other things that are quite unrelated. And I, I have learned so far, at the very least at this point, that it ends up being almost a necessity for any human being to try and not pay so much attention to those worries born out of the. I think I already said it, no? Those preoccupations born out of the different mental images, because there was a period in which it was truly useful for the human species, let's say, to do such things as to, when you start to develop the capacity of thinking, you start to also gain the skill as a basic animal that is starting to move into a higher plane of understanding, let's say. You start to now understand the different threats that do stop you from achieving what you want. But we are not living anymore in those times, as in we are not anymore finding ourselves in places like the, mm, I don't know, the caveman era, let's say. So we are not almost unequivocally, we are not anymore having to suffer all of those negative things in our life. And it ends up being quite necessary for everybody to try and always nowadays uh, focus on what you want instead of what might stop you from attaining what you desire so much. And I don't really get to see why there is a real cause or there is a real excuse that might disprove as such a point, besides obviously the most logical response, the one that is always. But still, this doesn't mean that you should um, completely unconsciously move towards life. There is always a degree of preparation that you need to have towards the different situations in which you are going to place yourself. Because after all, what is life ends up always being um, a complex myriad of problems that is going to attract you and that is going to test you in order to see if you can deal with them at any given moment. So it is necessary for you to be ready to confront whatever it is that stands in front of you rather than try and negate from yourself the capacity of getting ready to deal with them. But at the same time, what this means is also, instead of you always exist the capacity of getting ready for such things, it doesn't really mean in any degree of understanding that you are by no measure bound by the same rules that anybody else also has in life. You rather have, or you should rather have in your hands, as many tools for being capable of dealing with life as possible than to just deal with the problems as soon as they appear. And although this doesn't mean that preoccupations are going to stop, what should govern in your own existence is always you must, or not that you must, you could try to see what ends up being the process of being alive as one in which you can, as instantaneously as possible, set up different goals so that you can, from the first to the last problem, set all of your expectations, let's say it like that, um, properly in order. Therefore, achieving what ends up being the overall success on the whole game plan that is being alive, let's mention it like that, um, end up being, or yeah, for the whole process that is being alive to end up being less complex than what you are dealing with right now. But I don't know, I mean, the problem is saying such things might not really mean a lot of different things and a lot of different similar areas because at the end of the day, you don't really get to gain almost everything that is born out of your initial aspirations, and you don't really get to realize how many capacities you hold inside of yourself in say yeah, in terms of having a good life. So what should be always governing inside of you is the desire to have an easy, yeah, or as much of an easy time as you can, as soon as you can ensure to yourself that it is possible for you to do such a thing. But the problem ends up being by, or at the very least, for the person who has never truly taken their own existence so seriously, to do so out of nowhere, kind of, ends up meaning that you now have to also confront the initial reality of, you know, you will you will have to sadly confront the overall reality of maybe there are so many other problems already existing in your life, and maybe 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 getting yourself in order is not going to be so easy. But at the very least, is still a lot of meaningful things to try and in some way or another ensure that what you have going for you um, will be worth it. And I feel like sometimes starting with something, not not to be vague, sorry, starting with the minimal thing that you can in order to move forward in life ends up being rewarding because there is this concept that you should try to do it, but that doesn't mean that you will feel good. That simply means that you should try to do it to see if it is going to feel good. And the reality is, if you can find something tiny enough for you to use your time on, you will end up then afterwards observing what is good enough and good and deserving of your own efforts. You shouldn't really only focus on trying to live a good life, or you shouldn't only focus on having as simple of an existence as possible. The reality is there are so many other things that you can worry yourself with throughout once again your own existence that maybe sometimes dealing with the problems is going to be the entertaining thing itself. And I guess I can't still fully even express this other idea that I also had inside of me for quite some time. And this one in particular, I quite decided to save it in inside of me because I was I was trying to make it more comprehensible. Even once again, I think I said it, even for myself. I had been seeing this image, or yeah, I mean, it's the reality, so sorry if it sounds weird. But I had seen this image enough times in my own mind. The one in which the human that is capable of dancing with fire and dancing with the flames that are born out of the different problems of their life, and that is capable of still surviving all of this chaotic and incredibly dangerous dance, is capable of experiencing the most pure form of happiness because it is not when your life lacks every single sense of enjoyment that you get to, let's say, find yourself dealing or doing good. I mean, the problem is, if you haven't really had a moment to feel how empty your life is, it sounds incredibly great to not have any problem going on, but the reality itself ends up being if no problem exists in your life, you will desire for things to happen. And when you see how chaotic it all can be, and that you are still existing and properly dealing with all of those things, even in those times, that is when it becomes good and that is when it becomes useful. But until that happens, it takes quite a long process, I believe. And I don't know, I think, yeah, that is one of the few concepts that I still need to perfect a little bit more. Because until that happens, we are going to be still stuck with my impure version of such a thing. But I don't know. I, I think, at the very least, the main notion of you, you can see how sometimes trying to work on stuff is going to be rewarding. That's the same principle applied here. Or that's the main point of all these things, I guess. So yeah. Anyways. Um, yeah, I am feeling my throat a little bit weird, so let me drink a little bit of water, just in case. So yeah, anyways, back into here. I was let's see what I can pull up. I was thinking lately, and I use my time so far to try and learn quite a few ideas related to, in this case, um, I have yet not seen how it is pronounced in English. It is plateau, I think it is, and also Aristotle and such people, and all of those great thinkers of the past, philosophers of the past, have give and Euripides, I think it is also called, and this one I know it isn't said like this. I only know the Spanish version of the translation of the name, that is Heraclito. Uh, all of these people end up being quite useful to take into consideration because even if a lot of what's yeah, a lot of what I experienced was based on incredibly older times, what you can extract from the main ideas from people who has spent a lot of their time trying to create something not so filtered for the sake of um, let's say less trained minds, end up being quite useful to try and uh, reconfigure or reorient towards what is your actual present. And I mean, I am only mentioning right now people who was from Greek and Greece and such periods of time, and I am sorry, I am obviously forgetting about others who might as well have also been quite important and might also have been quite well prepared in terms of as equally a influential in other types of nations. I mean, I don't even know if there were any philosophers from Africa or if there were that many philosophers from China or from India also. I think the problem is as a Western society we don't get to know about them, but that is a completely different process or a completely different idea. That's the, that wasn't the point. The idea itself was what I mentioned before. Um, you can extract a lot of lessons from them and you can use them, or you can see how it is that you can reorient them to be useful now for your present. Because what all of that boils down is somebody tried to deal with their problems, and in the process of doing so, they also had almost a desire or a necessity to express the different solutions that they were capable of coming up with, so that you can also later on see if they are capable of being applied in your life. And I mean, there are a lot of different people that you can say such things, but the most prominent ones are, for example, um, Socrates, who ended up being a governor of a governor, a ruler, I don't remember, or if it wasn't Socrates, it was his direct disciple. I don't remember also his name. I have a problem with names, sorry, but out of those people, um, as well as Marcus Aurelius, all of those people are quite interesting because a lot of what they talked about wasn't even really for other people to see. So that is when, let's say like this, when you get to observe what somebody of such higher levels of society has to say about things in a manner in which they are not really thinking about you, but they are rather only expressing what they feel for the sake of helping themselves, that is when you get to observe somebody incredibly useful. Because the reality is, what gets filtered for others to hear is quite cleared of the most crude parts and necessary components of a real message that can truly become useful for anybody. And if you don't get to receive what is born out of those people completely unfiltered, you will have an incredibly hard time trying to once again do what I mentioned before, that is translate what is being explained into your actual life, even if it was said 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. So it certainly is almost an incumbent thing, or I don't really know if that is even a word, a really important thing to do, to try and see those who were expressing things for themselves mostly, because those are who end up giving you leads for the sake of living a better life. I mean, the problem is obviously there are a lot of different ideas, definitions, and such that don't only apply to them or don't only go through their um, existence, but that still have a lot of personal value embedded in them. I mean, I had been, while saying that, I thought about, for example, three different types of people who also can fall into the same category from not so older eras, or uh, the same thing being said from a lot more recent times. And those are, for example, um, I, I think at this point it has become a very well known figure, which I tend to repeat a lot of times. Victor Franklin, somebody else who I think I haven't really talked about, Alan Watts, and was the third person? There was. Well, I don't remember which one was the third one, so at the very least, we have those two examples. But all of those people who do tell you about their lives and who talk to you about a lot of their different experiences in a manner in which they are still filtering quite a bit of their of themselves so that they believe they are making their message more understandable, still give you a chance at observing and learning when they get once again more personal with what they are telling you, and a lot more not just private but more dedicated to themselves, let's say. When narrations turn to such points, that is when you end up obtaining yet again those type of knowledges that can be translated into what is on oneself. And I do accept, I don't say it because I want to look clever or anything like that, but I can accept that sometimes realizing the task of translating what was the experience of somebody else the into our life can be quite challenging, even more when it takes such amounts of dedication, because you might have to go through a lot of information related to the lives of those who you are analyzing to see what is it that you can extrapolate from them. But still, if you are willing to do it, what you can learn from such times and from such lessons is a lot of times better than almost any other idea that you can obtain out there, because all of this always is obviously related to the idea of trying to, let's say, live a quite a nice life, not to suffer on this world, or anything of that sort, because after all, you have no obligation to suffer as much. And even if something that I have been trying to accept, even if you are going for something very personal or very good for the world itself, even then, it doesn't mean that you should suffer and that you should go through the pain that is being alive. You can somehow, it becomes possible for you to go through the existence that is being alive, almost completely happy, on, let's say, feeling as many occurrences of happiness as you can without yet, yet Oh, yeah, yet again, or quite obviously, um, seeing yourself in a negative light. And because of such things, it ends up being necessary for you, in these cases, to learn from the things, from the lessons that are left by others. I believe so. I don't really get that many times throughout life itself to observe how it does happen, that you can fully come up with those explanations. But at the very, very least, what I can say related to that is always you get to, in some ways or another, gather to your own self a little bit of those notions and express them in a manner in which now you can confidently feel like you have moved, let's say, forward in those terms. But yet again, I don't know. I think the problem isn't only in the present or anything like that. It is more like in, if I had to be real, in how we perceive that we must go through life and such things, and that has yet to be a better, yeah, a more properly defined idea than what I am saying just now. And what the fuck is going on? Who is making so much noise outside? Anyways, um, before, or yeah, continuing with what I said before I got distracted, sorry, um, you can see how being alive can be quite good, but you need to work on it, and it takes quite a lot of time. But I believe, and I wanted to say this in a better way, but I can't still. Um, Probably even up to your last breath, you can make this be good enough, or even if you had you had been going through what can be in some ways categorized as an unworthy life, in the whole process of accepting that this can be good, you can redeem yourself in the sense of achieving peace with what is, once again, going through existence. I don't know. I haven't fully figured out how to even connect that with whatever else is it that I think about. I mean, I don't know. I don't always get to respond my own questions or similar. And that's what I wanted to talk about. That's fuck. Ah, after 50 minutes, 50 fights, 55 minutes, to be correct, I can remember now what I wanted to talk about because it seemed quite interesting. But I forgot, man. Yeah, I need to write down those things. If not, I completely forget, and I need to keep scratching my mind to see when is it that this particular idea that I had been conserving inside of it drops. But yeah, I wanted to say now for real. Um, I was thinking I have been observing already this notion, and I think I heard it before, and I even am pretty sure we quite discussed something like this in a different manner before. But now I want to analyze this yet again because I have realized how useful it ends up being, the act of trying to talk a lot more with what is yourself, not in the act itself of just openly stating what you think about, let's say, uh, the problem that reigns with this idea is one more along the lines of you don't have to deal with so many, let's say, problems. You can always observe how life be easier by accepting the responsibility of you ask something and you leave it there for yourself to later on come and respond. And this is what, yeah, this is what took me quite a long time to fully see properly. If you want to do it properly, you can just have a conversation with you as something that supposedly happens naturally. Or, okay, sorry. What was my method, what works the best on my case is I have to ask something and I have to later on come back and respond to what I said as if it was a complete stranger. Because the reality is sometimes it happens then that when we take into consideration what is our own life, we sometimes somehow filter the proper responses that we were needing and we avoid the questions that we were trying to respond for the sake of I don't know. I think if I had to guess, it might have to deal with something related to a sense of conservation of the self or something like that. A, a process by which you might see dangerous the act of dissociating so much with what is your actual narrative. Therefore, you justify not properly giving to yourself the necessary responses or the necessary ideas to deal with what is troubling you in the present for the sake of once again keeping aligned what was your past with what should be your future in terms of your overall personality. And yet again, I repeat, for myself, what worked best was accepting the responsibility born out of simply trying to live an easy life, let's say, one in which you don't deal in any way whatsoever with the enjoyment of negating to yourself those responses, and you rather force the optic that is the best for the question itself, not for you, but for the question itself, because there are a lot of times in which the response that solves the best those problems is not the one that applies to you. And this is quite complex to see if you haven't yet started to deal with such things. But with enough practice, it becomes a lot more apparent, let's say, that what you can observe and what you can learn from such things is truly in some way or another useful. You just need to be patient enough to solve yet again those questions properly and not be so lost in the act of trying to not break down what is your own persona, let's say. But I don't know, I think also quite a problematic thing is always to be so lost in the different ideas that reign our lives. So maybe I think the necessary process is always to dissociate a little bit with what is the main narrative which we follow. So by doing those kind of actions, you slowly build up the tendency towards extracting your own self from what is your own life, therefore allowing what can be called a little bit of objectivity into your own existence. Once again, what is always an imperating, useful tool, because being too much immersed in what is your own self can blind you from learning the proper path towards solving those blockages that are keeping you from progressing in whichever question or yeah whichever problem is it that is at the moment troubling you. But yeah, once again, i I don't get to see fully at the present moment how you can deal with such things fully. I haven't just recently observing the benefits. I don't have fully articulated such a thing for others to get. So I think sorry if it is. I don't think so, but sorry if it is hard to get, at least for now. Probably. I guess later on, this is going to be one of those things that I know I will talk about when I get to fully organize my ideas around it and to go back to it and fully get to decipher what I try to mean by saying such things. So yeah, I don't know, I don't know. Right now I am quite a little lost. Wouldn't be the word, I think. Quite troubled by having to organize all of the pieces of the puzzle so that it makes sense in the overall scheme of the image that I am trying to create, in this case with words. Let's say like that. So yeah, I don't know. We have already reached the hour mark, and we have. I wouldn't say really a lot because the reality is we only have one thing that I know for certain we have to finish watching, and the rest I don't even know so far. What is it that we're going for in terms of reacting to? So yeah, I am quite troubled with that. Sorry, but yeah, let me see. Let me see. I think we will start with going back to the lecture that we left unfinished. What the fuck? We left it at 15 minutes? Ah, yeah. That's where we left when the video died. Yeah. That's where everything went badly. Yeah. I knew that. I watched. I watched until like 22 minutes or so before it died. Or before I noticed that the stream died. So yeah, let me let me set this up. Fuck. This is going to be quite a painful thing. But anyways. Let's start with this before I lose the ideas that we had in order here. So yeah, let me drink some water while doing it. So, uh, which one is it? This one. Okay. First and foremost, we have to watch this. We have to finish watching this. You shut up, clock, and start this, and it should be alright. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we have to finish. Yeah, we have to finish. We had to complete this video. We had to fully watch this video. I don't know. English hard sometimes. Thank you very much. But yeah, we have to watch this. So sorry for having like how much? 45 minutes of video almost left to watch. We will try to make it short, I guess. Or well, the reality is we'll have to pray for internet to not fucking die yet again. So, anyways, before time keeps passing up, let me marker because okay, there it is. That's the first marker, and now let's start with this before it gets even later. Is everything on? Yeah, audio, alerts, microphone is also on. Wow. So yeah, let's start with this. Well, I guess we have to a little bit back.
It's behavioral treatment or medication, but it turns out on average it's just vary considerably depending on the medication, depending on the particular patients you see. There's no real understanding yet of which patient should get which treatment under which circumstance.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Just in case, if it is necessary, the quick rundown of everything that we have been talking about in this lesson is this is about the different ways in which psychopathology talks about this, not conditions of the brain, let's say like that, things that happen inside of the personal, different conditions, once again, that might occur in somebody who is alive. So this is inherently useful to observe, or to try to observe properly, if you have any particular interest in knowing how some of those, yet again, conditions happens on the human mind. And I think quite a necessary observation here, because it is also hard for me to not say it, because there is obviously a different way to talk about them, that is also not just conditions, but diseases of the mind. And the reality is, a lot of time it is quite insulting to say a disease rather than to accept that they are conditions. They are not fully diseases. Sometimes something not is broken by default, or that quote unquote broken state is not broken for them. It is only broken for you who is seeing the world in such a way. So condition is a little bit less insulting. But yeah, anyways, moving on.
And here is some evidence suggesting that if you get medication only, this is the percent who relapse. So a concern is there's active treatment phase and how many people slide back into the difficulty medication only. About half the people are relapsing about a year later. But if they get this sort of behavioral treatment, there sort of seems to be more sustained benefits. So people are thinking that might be important. And then people wonder, if we treat your mind by behavioral therapy, or if we treat your brain by drugs. Now, we're going to reject that distinction, okay? When I talk to you, if you happen to remember anything I say, I'm changing your brain, okay? Talk or experience or thoughts or imagination change your brain as much as any medical substance does, right? So, it's a wrong way to think like the drugs change the brain and the talk changes the mind. To change your mind is to change your brain. So, but in any case, you could ask whether these forms of treatment, in what ways are they similar or dissimilar? So here's PET scans of patients with OCD pre and post-treatment, and you can see that there's sort of hyperactivation in the basal ganglia and the caudate that looks pretty similar across the treatments, as if both treatments were working on that overactivation of the basal ganglia. On the other hand, here's looking at CBT and drug treatment for depression, and you can see these pictures with these blue areas and these with these red areas. The brain changes in response to treatment look very different. So there's no simple answer about whether behavioral therapy and drug therapy change the same or different things to help people. Depends on the disorder, depends on the drug, and we just have a lot more to learn about that. But both of those things affect the brain and can be effective to help people. So let's focus on
Okay, yeah. I remember that I said something along the lines of, what happens in these cases is certainly interesting, because what gets to be shown is the usefulness of treating the mind itself, what was properly mentioned here, and that is certainly people can be quote unquote fixed by just dealing with the problems in a psychological way, not having to assist them with different substances and inducing changes by the mere fact that one one type of substance is now directly modifying behaviors inside of you, instead of you being the one capable of changing them. So it does beg the question of how much of an interesting thing it might be in the future to see, or to come back to this type of analysis to realize, or to try and measure properly, how is it that later on all of these things can get even better in terms of processing and reaching conclusions along the lines of, are we really doing better with medication, or can we get to solve problems only with the assistance of a proper psychologist? Something that so far can't be fully said in any way. I mean, psychotherapists are necessary here. So far in this actual present timeline, we don't get to know if by removing them later on we will get to live a better life. So far, it seems we are doing quite great, and we are doing quite fine in terms of a lot of different good things happening to us. But later on, it is when we will see, as in, not later on, in the far future, we will see how it all goes. And I will wish to say that hopefully we are going to still be alive for such times, but we never know if how things will advance in that sense. I mean, so far, for example, technology seems to be advancing for a for a society in which it will be easier for you to medicate than to think about things later on. It seems so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But anyways, continuing. Um, Now we are getting into depression, how it affects the brain, and certain things that also get fully repressed inside of you when you are depressed. So yeah, moving on.
Depression a little bit. These are people with depression who feel fearful, gloomy, helpless, hopeless in an extreme way, so that it's difficult to get out of bed, difficult to do work, relate to people. In the literature, Hamlet's description of how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world describes often what people with depression roughly describe their experiences like. A typical episode, it varies widely, is about 4 to 12 months, if untreated, of intense depression, a pervasive dysphoria, just sort of inability to feel pleasure and intense mental pain, generalized loss of interest. It's estimated to sometimes affect 5% of the world's population. It's a huge number of individuals. Average age of onset is 30, but it goes across wide ages, often unnoticed in children. People are picking this up more than they used to. They used to think there was a thought that children can't really be depressed. It's hard to know why that happened exactly. Psychiatric ideas are typically developed in adults, and it takes a while for the field to recognize them in children. But it's rare to have a first depressive episode after 60. It's rare to have gone your life and then get depression in older age. Kind of mysteriously at the moment, women have depression at 2 or 3 times the rate of men in the United States and pretty much throughout the world. At a 2 to 3-fold increase, that's a pretty big one. We'll talk later about ADHD. There, the numbers kind of reverse. It's 2 to 3 times more frequent in boys than girls. And about 70% of people who will have one episode of depression will have another one later on. So the diagnosis in the DSM book requires at least 3 of the following for a period. Now, what I wanted to give you a feeling as you think about this, you're the doctor talking to somebody, and disturbed sleep, but how disturbed does it have to be? Diminished appetite, but how diminished, right? Loss of energy, well, we all have periods where we're more sluggish or more focused, right? I mean, so usually depression, these things are so extreme, it's very obvious. Sometimes, it's at the edge, and there's a range of these things. We know there's a genetic predisposition. If you have identical twins, 50%, dizygotic 10%. But we know there's environmental factors. So it's very hard to figure out whether diseases are getting more or less common over time, because especially in psychiatric diseases, the criteria that defines the diseases change over time. So you don't know which it is, sensitivity to it. 30 years ago, teachers never heard of autism. Now every teacher in kindergarten is watching out for autism, so it's spotted much more quickly and consistently. So people say it's going up. Is it really going up? Is it being detected more often? It's very hard to tell those things apart. But where evidence is available, since 1940, there's nearly a 10-year drop in the average age of the first incidence of depression. So this is 10-year drop that people are getting better at spotting it in adolescence, instead of saying an adolescent or child is simply moody, recognizing depression. Or is the increased pressures in childhood driving depression up at an earlier age? Very hard to tell. So here's a video clip of some patients describing their experience in depression.
Here, what we talk about basically was different ways in which depression does appear, different ways in which it also manifests in the individual, and what was truly interesting was to take into consideration that all of these things might not just simply be about depression itself, because obviously depression is quite a big topic, and depression is quite a complex idea by itself to try and get when you might have had never an encounter with it. But what does happen throughout the timeline itself of trying to see depression and trying to comprehend it is certainly you get to observe and you get to learn more often than not, and so much more than what you could have ever predicted, why all of these things might be quite useful to take into consideration, and how all of these ideas might be quite nice to have in your hands. Because the main thing here, I think it was already discussed, if I am not so wrong, in the first part of this perchance a splitted analysis, and that is there are some diseases that seem to be more and more popular with time, let's say. And in this case, depression doesn't seem to be something that is slowly disappearing. Quite the opposite. And because of such a nature of things, it might be quite useful to learn how to deal with it from this point of observing how you can avoid feeling bad because of it yourself. And so far, the list of different symptoms might lead you to notice when it happens that you are feeling certain ways. And something that also has like to be mentioned here is a very important factor. I think, yeah, so far it wasn't mentioned later on, but what is also necessary to say is depression doesn't simply mean that you are feeling depressed. Rather, I mean, the act itself of being depressed or the state of depressedness, let's say it like that, is quite different from depression. The clinical declared condition of the mind. And that does happen because depression is a lot more dangerous and a lot more, not just frequent, but intense on those who suffer from it than being depressed. Depressed is something, yeah, being depressed is something quite normal for anybody to go through and quite expected for every single human to see in their lives. You can't live a life without being depressed almost, as long as your brain normally functions, because sadness is a necessary process for a lot of reconciliations. And I mean, we have already discussed how such things and similar ideas. Sadness itself can even mean that you get a lot of times to prepare yourself for the act of dealing with upcoming notions or changing what was already established inside of your hardwired ideas for the sake of once again living an easier life. So depressedness is not so much of an enemy. Depression itself is now what can be seen as a rivaling idea and quite a conflicting observation in the act itself of trying to be in this world, because the overwhelming amount of problems according to you might take out from you the capacity of living a better life and obtaining thus the skill of being in once again in the present and enjoying what can be done now compared to whatever else happened before or might happen in the future. So yeah, it's not so easy to talk about depression itself. We're not really stopping here. Also, because I personally feel like I can give a lecture on anything of this. We're just doing so to continue with this. And I clarify this if it isn't clear enough. Because, yeah, this is a heavy topic, but I don't think I am, at the very least, personally, that capable of dealing with it just by myself. So I would prefer to continue than to stay still so much, trying to see how we can fully answer the questions related to depression or whatever. Eh, we are only doing an observation, a very, very quick observation of how it works and all of that. So, yeah, continuing.
So, so people have been trying to understand by experiments what are the thought patterns that are promoting depression. And one approach has been this dot probe test. We talked about that before. I'll remind you in a moment what that is. But basically, it's to experimentally test the idea there's a sort of cycle of negative thought in depression that reinforces itself. That you pay attention to sad or bad things. The more you think about bad things, the worse you feel. The worse you feel, the more you think about bad things. And it's a sort of downward spiral of gloominess. And another question that people are very interested in is, when you see these kinds of psychological mechanisms that may contribute to depression, are they there for somebody who has never yet been depressed, but it's a risk factor for becoming depressed? Or is it really a consequence of the depression, right? If you pay more attention to sad things, is that a risk for becoming depressed first time ever? Or is that already part of the disease process itself once it's hit. So here's a dot probe task. We talked about it before in regards to aging. You see two pictures, a neutral one and a happy one. They disappear. A dot appears behind one or the other, and you push a button to indicate which side it's on. All you're doing is indicating which side it's on. Or you might get another pair of faces with a negative expression and a neutral expression. Beneath one of them, sometimes it's a neutral, sometimes it's a negative, a dot appears. And then you can look at the response times, how quickly people respond to the dot, depending on where the face was. And the idea is, the faster you respond to a dot, the more your attention was drawn to a positive, neutral, or negative face, right? Because if your attention is sitting there already, when the dot appears, boom, you're ready to go. If your attention is somewhere else, you'll have a slower response. And sure enough, in patients with depression, specifically for sad faces, they have this biased response. They tend to respond quickly when the dot appears where the negative face just has been. Right? So it's a way that there's sort of the attention, even for such a trivial thing, is drawn to the negative. It sits on the negative. And so now you can ask the question, what about girls who are born into families with a history of depression? So they're in a general way at genetic risk for depression, but they have never been depressed themselves. And so now we can ask the question, does this mode of thinking or dwelling on the negative, is it apparent in these girls even before they ever have depression? And not all of them will, but you don't know yet which ones will and which ones won't. And sure enough, if looking at sad or happy faces, and here it gets pretty opposite, for the young girls who have a low likelihood of having depression, no family history, they tend to dwell on the happy faces. And for the girls who are born in a family with depression, they tend to dwell on the negative faces. So you can see this mechanism of focusing on the negative, dwelling on the negative, already even before the child has ever had an episode of depression. So just for a moment, let's discuss, does that mean it's genetic or environmental? So who are these girls who have a high risk for getting depression? What does high mean? Sorry to put you on the spot. What does high mean? They're in a family where they have a parent with depression, okay? So you can't tell that. Maybe having a parent with depression ups the child's focus on the negative because they've had some difficult things to deal with in their family. Maybe they have genes that draw them to negative things, or maybe both. You can't tell that apart from these kinds of studies.
Well, I mean, okay. Analysis of everything that has been said when it comes to depression itself and the capacity of recognizing it, I think it is mostly something quite interesting that is shown here is not only the capacity itself of, once again, dealing with depression or observing depression, but also what can be if you live in an environment in which itself the condition is so present in your life, you tend to develop different tools that can help you recognize how you might deal with it. And I think so far it is pretty logical to say that both things do happen. That you end up, okay, you might not start your life with genes that particularly help you with depression or identifying depression. So far, if it isn't that widespread throughout your whole lineage, but at the very least, what you get to do is create on yourself later on with time different genetical tools that do align with such things, because after all, I would believe it is pretty disingenuous to say that with enough time you're really not going to become doomed with different ideas related to that has to deal with the depression that those who are inside of your current environments go through. So yeah, I see that's something quite complex on one hand. On the other, it doesn't really mean that you will never face depression or you will never face by yourself what is that condition. Therefore, you will have a harder time recognizing it. I am pretty sure we talked already about it before. It is pretty easy to see or to picture how, in a more primal society or organization, yeah, group organization of human beings, it will be quite necessary for you to pay attention to the one who is depressed, because after all, if you are not observing the ones who are depressed and understanding why they are feeling in such ways, you might be having an underlying problem that could very much destroy your group of people. And the least thing that you should ever want to is to see anything of that sort happening to you in particular. Because, yet again, what is almost an obligation in all of these terms is you never should forget that not only you exist in any kind of organization, let's say, and to forget that you also are in charge of helping those who are important to you end up meaning that in these cases you might forgive yourself for not paying attention to those details. But the reality itself is, if you want to be, let's say, useful, you should always be on the lookout for such things happening to anybody. So that's why we're kind of hardcoded towards noticing faster the ones who are depressed than the ones who are happy. After all, quite the opposite thing. Or yeah, the opposite example remains the same. You have no necessity to pay attention to someone who is happy, because after all, happiness is not that important. At the very least, I think so. Unless they are your friends, probably in those cases you will say that their happiness might concern you because you want to also share that happiness with them. But if it is coming from somebody who you don't even know about, then it is that you lose all necessities over bonding with their happiness and getting to experience it yourself too. So yeah, I don't know. Continuing, I guess. I am dying also. Fuck.
Every once in a while, there's sort of a success story in brain sciences. And why it's terribly important is this. To this day, as one of the speakers said, there's people who think psychiatric disorders are just for sissies, that you just stop being depressed. Just don't listen to those voices, right? Just stop washing your hands. And what's very confusing about this message is, for people, for example, who are addicted to substances or have alcoholism, we ask them to stop drinking and stop taking drugs with support, but we think it's somewhere in you to stop, right? So, with the right support, we think it's somewhere in you to stop. So it's kind of hard. Where's that line, right? CBT is getting people to find ways to think so they're not anxious or not depressed. Again, we think it's in them with the right kind of support. So on the one hand, we ask people to get themselves healthier with support, right? So it's kind of tricky where's the line of responsibility. But I think one of the triumphs of modern brain imaging is to make visible the brain basis of psychiatric disorders on average. So because there's no broken arm, no broken leg, no tumor or anything like that, right? That promotes discussion or consideration is, our psychiatric disorders real brain differences. And I can also tell you that unfortunately, we're not anywhere near where a house can put up a picture of somebody's brain and say, oh, this person certainly has depression or schizophrenia or ADHD or dyslexia or any difficulty that you know of. Nobody can say that on the basis of a single brain scan for a single person. We want to, we're not there yet. But we can see on average differences between people who have a diagnosis and people who don't. So here's a PET, positron emission tomography, top of the brain, bottom of the brain, that found less activation in the so-called subgenual anterior cingulate. The anterior cingulate is this cortex that sits over the corpus callosum. And here in this bottom part of the anterior cingulate, less activation in patients with depression than control subjects. And then, looking at structure now, physical volume, also reduced volume in these areas in patients with both unipolar and bipolar, in this case, depression. So now we have both a structural difference on average and a functional difference on average. And then there was sometimes in psychiatry, they have brain banks. When patients pass away, they donate their brains to research. And people said, let's go look in this area, and people have passed away, so we can look at the cellular level of what's going on there. We can't see with brain imaging anything close to cells, but with postmortem analysis we can, and there was a big surprise. The big surprise was, when they looked in this region, there was a reduced number of cells, which goes with the reduced volume and the reduced activation. But it wasn't the neurons, it was the glia. And you go, glia? We haven't talked about glia for a long time. Neurons are the stuff that compute the mind. We all agree on that. Glia are essential for brain function. So we don't understand what that means, that these patients would have an equal number of neurons but a reduced number of glia. We just don't know what that means. But it was a big surprise, and over time I think maybe we'll think about that. And furthermore, imaging studies looking at the anterior cingulate found that if you look at the pre-treatment activity in this brain region, I'll show another example in a moment, you could see not only changes that occur with treatment, but that differences predicted which patients would benefit more or less from treatment. So all these convergent areas about the importance of the anterior cingulate cortex in depression. Although nobody thinks that's the whole story. But the anterior cingulate is part of a network of areas that are compromised in depression. And another thing that I think is sort of an exciting direction is
Okay, go. I think a proper analysis of what is being mentioned so far can pretty much highlight that certainly we are, at least so far, if I am not wrong, really not that close to understanding and once again getting fully having a proper picture, as it was mentioned here, the different ways to categorize some types of conditions of the mind, but at the very least, what can always be, let's say, observed and what can always be um, yeah, what can always be seen as a necessity, I believe so, is that in a bare minimum type of case, what you obtain is the entertainment, the what the fuck, the capacity to say that you have understood how these different conditions do appear without you even paying attention to the different other problems that might also be related to um, everything else that has to deal with the physical conditions. Because okay, this is what I was lacking. What also happens with a lot of these conditions is you don't have only problems existing by themselves on the side of negative negative lessons. You also have on your own life, I guess, this incredibly useful tool that is now getting to comprehend that by the simple act of logical reasoning, a lot of people end up trapping themselves inside of their own heads. So it does become quite annoying for them to try and translate all of that into something that does happen in a particular area of the brain. I can see it pretty much as an explanation why, although it only happens inside of the mind and the consciousness, a lot of those reasonings that you can still see um, different markers inside of an image, yeah, of an scan due to this other fact that we also learned here, that the areas in the brain that are utilized the most and the areas that are abandoned the most are obviously trained or fully not fully lost. The more you use them or the less you have them into consideration. So all of those things do play a bigger role when it comes to try and observe whatever it is that you are going through, talking about all of these notions once again. But the problem doesn't end up in just now forcing yourself to have a good or bad time. What is always a necessity is to still consider that sometimes what gets described as is not only a problem because what's getting mentioned lies outside of your own vision, but also because what can be extracted from such a thing is still or is also the lesson itself created from being part and observing the pathways that a person takes towards thinking, let's say. So that is something even more complex than just saying, yeah, we have somehow created a way to analyze how somebody might be diagnosed with depression even if they don't show those signs on their own personality, external personality. But yeah, I don't know, I don't know. Anyways, continuing, I guess.
Each dot here is an individual person. Here's how much they improved. Better is down here. This is the patients who improved the most with treatment, the least with CBT treatment. And this is the initial activation. So, it's telling you maybe that these are the patients who really should get CBT, and maybe these are the patients who didn't respond so much, and maybe they should get, by an initial brain measure, some other form of treatment. So that's, I think, an exciting area is whether we could develop enough understanding of diversity among patients to understand which patient might benefit from which treatment, but we're just at the beginning of that kind of knowledge. So what about treatments for depression? Well, there's in 2005, some years ago now, but there's an estimated 27 million people in the US. There's 10 billion now and more in sales. That's the drugs or CBT forms of treatment under depression, the most common forms of treatment. Even with these treatments, so here's the message. Everybody agrees, I think, quite reasonably, that if you know somebody with depression or you're depressed yourself or anxiety, but we're talking about depression, getting help is a good idea. Many people get helped. But the help is not nearly what we wish it were in the field. So in depression, about half of patients don't achieve remission. They still are depressed even after medicine or behavioral treatment. And even among those who improve a lot, there's still residual symptoms. It's not as if patients typically or often escape entirely that, but they can improve a lot. But the other thing is, since nobody knows which approach to take with which patient by any scientific evidence, it's all trial and error. So finding a good treatment for a person can take months. And by then, some people just give up and don't come back because they're in the throes of the disease or they just figure they're not going to be helped. It's all hit and miss. I have a colleague in CSAIL, the computer science department, and we're doing research with her, and we say, if you go to a doctor now with depression or anxiety or social anxiety disorder, it's almost completely random whether they assign you to one treatment or another within some broad constraints. There's no scientific basis for knowing what drug you should get or a drug plus CBT or CBT only. It's completely random. It's depending on the physician's background and intuitions. There's no scientific basis for knowing that. So there's a lot to be discovered. So sometimes people try to say, well, let's compare placebo treatments to a medicine treatment to cognitive behavioral therapy. Here's responding to treatment, improving, so better than placebo are both drugs at 8 weeks and CBT. And then at 16 weeks, there's even more of a gain, and they look very similar from patient to, on average across patients. And if you look over time now at after the treatment is over, how many people, what the long-term picture is, because that you care about that. I mean, there's two things: getting people out of crises and then keeping your head above water. It seems like the group that maintains the best response are the people who have the CBT over longer periods. So you might say, well, why don't we just give everybody CBT? And part of it is not everybody responds to that. Some patients, for example, with severe depression are talking about suicide. You don't feel like you can wait 8 weeks or 16 weeks to let a CBT process happen. Some patients just don't have the energy to go to sessions and work on things, and you need to rescue them from that. So there's all kinds of issues about what kinds of treatment ultimately are practical and effective for patients. So in clinical trials.
Okay. It takes quite a lot of, not mental energy, quite a lot of patience to remember everything that was mentioned. But let me. Okay, it does happen that a lot of these things are important, but also something that I see as a necessary mention is, once again, going back into what I said, I don't know, I think I am obviously in this case maybe doing too much of a self-serving narrative, so be aware of that, but still, what happens is we have become rational beings, so it ends up being imperant for those who do analyze us to take into consideration such things, because it doesn't happen that your depression is clinically similar to anybody else. I think probably something that does happen in a lot of people who has found themselves in the hands of depression is these people are not just depressed because of one thing, or they are depressed because they lack a certain notion. They are rather depressed because what has happened inside of them, where's their different reasonings drove them towards a conclusion that makes them feel or makes them believe that a lot of things had become negative towards themselves, to the point to which, yeah, in the later stages you can say, or you can pretty easily comprehend what was mentioned before. People might even believe the best course of action is to take their own lives. Think that should almost at all cost to be avoided because you shall never see such a reasoning as good, let's say. So yeah, that's the first step here. The second one, the second part of all of this is obviously afterwards. When you get to experience and when you get to talk about such things, what does happen with enough time and with enough patience is maybe, and I repeat this, maybe what is necessary for this whole process is also to pay attention to what they are saying when it comes down to feeling properly which types of assistance they might need. Because I have I have become aware of this notion through time of a lot of times people talk about what they can do to improve themselves properly by themselves without you needing to really have any type of input on them. You might just need to encourage them to keep doing such things so that they can fully express the best solutions that they are capable of coming up with. But it doesn't mean that they don't have responses or that they have already plans towards doing or executing their own saving, let's say, something like that. And all of this only takes patience, and all of this only takes enough moderation from you to do such a thing. And besides that, also, what is quite necessary for you is, at the very least, on my view, I believe, end up being also to realize that to leave so much the patients alone, sorry, the patient alone, doesn't involve as much of a high effort as really trying to help them deal with their problems completely by themselves. It doesn't mean the same thing to leave them alone than to help them deal with their problems themselves. So I don't know. Besides that, also something that I wanted to clarify, just in case, because I think I confounded them or carried my words incorrectly before. Is certainly there are also parts in which you can see how all of these things do take a bigger role in the life of some people, and something that is very important is clinical depression can easily be spotted because clinical depression is the one in which almost the whole way of rationalizing the world is directly affected to a degree to which you can. I think it goes back to those pictures and scans. That's when depression gets easily recognizable in the life of somebody because it doesn't happen that you are depressed out of nowhere. Clinical depression is the one in which you can't really find a proper solution for yourself. Because let's say like this, a lot of the areas of the brain in charge of providing you with those so-called happy choices have stopped working or been nullified or directly killed in some ways. So yeah, clinical depression is quite different from just normal depression. I think I confused myself when I mentioned at some point clinical depression. So just clarifying that. But yeah, I am having a problem. So I need to take an idle break, people. Excuse me. Thank you, but excuse me for a second because I need to take my tiny idle break. Because yeah, I have to deal with something. Just a second, please. You might understand what I refer. So give me, I don't know, like 1 2 minutes, something like that. See you in that 1 or 2 minutes after my tiny other break. Thank you a lot. And yeah, I guess that's the consequence of hydrating. Goodbye. I just wanted to say that I'm kind of back. I am tying my not existing, non-existing hair. So wait a second. Okay, now for real, I am back. Uh, so, nice. Where did we left? Let me see. We are here also. I think something that I can do is hide this thing here. Yeah, and we'll continue with this. How much did we do already? We are finally on the. Okay, we are on the first half of the video. Done. Almost a little bit more. But yeah, you only have the other half left to finish. And so far, let me see that. Yeah, so far, the beta rate seems to be working right and without any problems. So I guess my internet is not going to die today. I guess. I hope. We will see that later on. Anyways, so yeah, come back to this. Hello, what's going on? Okay, it is back to this now for real.
When they try a drug, and I'll focus on drugs for the moment, there's a random assignment. Patients with the diagnosis are assigned either to a placebo or a drug. The physicians are not supposed to know what it is. Response means just getting better, which is valuable. Remission means that you don't qualify for having the disease anymore. How people decide whether you have depression, they take a full history, but they'll often use some sort of rating scale. One of the most common is a Hamilton, to say how severely depressed are you, so they can document it at the beginning and give that to you at the end and see how severely depressed at the end. So one thing to know that's really interesting and really a problem from the field is there's incredibly strong placebo responses. In many studies, the placebo responses rival the response of the drug itself. And people have had huge debates to this day about what that means, and it's not well understood. So one idea is that you have regression to, some people say, nobody is getting better, that the entire thing is regression to the mean from study entry. And what does that mean? Well, when people have a drug trials for depression, they say, we want to treat people with substantial depression. That makes sense, right? So you get people who are substantially depressed. Now, depression is inherently a fluctuating disorder. So from your understanding of regression to the mean, what happens to a patient when you get them with a really bad depression score? What's likely to be their score next week? Better or worse? Better, okay? So you get people with really low depression scores, you just sit back, you don't do anything, and because it's a fluctuating disorder, the chances are that because you're getting them at low points in, they're gonna get better next week, okay? That's not a treatment effect. That's you're getting at them at a low moment by definition. So some people say, wow, these studies could be full of that. We say, wow, look at this drug effect, man, it's pushed it up. Yeah, that's because you're getting people at their worst moment. They're gonna go back to their average, which will be better. Or another really interesting thing is, could our brains have incredibly powerful responses to placebos? Do we have in us naturally occurring healing mechanisms, that if we just really believe in it, then those can take over? And could we harness that? Could we harness these naturally occurring self-healing capacities in people's minds and brains to make them feel better? So this is a kind of typical average result. Drug, psychotherapy about the same, placebo pretty close, and here's the no treatment group. But even this kind of a picture has been challenged recently, and let me tell you what the challenges have been, and then let me tell you what I take as the takeaway message, but it's not scientifically certain. So one person did a meta-analysis, and he's totally arguing, and let me tell you the argument's pretty clever. There's no effect of a drug at all. But typically you get about 75% of a drug effect from the placebo. That's huge. 75% from an inert substance, sugar or something like that, okay? 75% in treating a severe psychiatric disorder. And he says that small difference, at 25%, is due to this. And who even thinks of this until you read this, if you haven't been involved in a drug study? That apparent differences are due to patients realizing they're in the active drug from the side effects. Okay, so most studies give you the drug. Most drugs that treat things have unpleasant side effects. because they're potent things, okay, that aren't perfectly targeted. So they're saying, oh, it's double blind. You tell this patient, here's your pills, you don't know if they're placebo or drug, and here's your pills, you don't know if they're placebo or drug. But patients are reasonably smart. Many have been through treatment before, and they know if they're feeling nauseous and yucky and all kinds of other stuff, they got the drug. And if they take it and they don't feel anything funny, they got the sugar placebo. Does that make sense? So they figure out in 80% of the time they're accurate whether they got the inert placebo or the drug, because the side effects tell them that, not the drug effect on the mind. And that in the few studies where they give you a placebo that has peripheral effects that make you nauseous like the drug, then in those couple of studies, there's just been a couple, there's no difference between placebo and drug. So here's a position that the entire thing is placebo, and an argument from this guy that we should tell patients it's all placebo. Now, why do you think it's not necessarily a good idea to tell patients, even if it were scientifically true? Yeah. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance you ruined it. If you hand them the pills and you go, look, who knows? It's all sugar, but give it a go, for a person who's in misery, right? So they have to kind of believe. And it's kind of interesting, what is the biology of that belief, all right? So that's one side of the story. Another slightly less drastic interpretation, but also pretty strong, is that in a recent meta-analysis is that the drug effect of placebo only occurs for the most severe depressions, and the depressions that are even considered severe or moderate, where you do want to help people, there's no difference between the placebo and the drugs. So my only fear in telling you this is, the last thing you want to do if in your life or somebody you care about, there's depression or anything like that, get them help because they are helped. And if it's placebo, that's okay too. And if it's some, unreputable person without a degree, but they're really good at talking to people, that's good too, okay? Now, the evidence is overwhelming that getting help helps many people, and not getting help with people at greater and greater risk. It's overwhelming. Getting help is a really good thing. It's just that we don't understand how the help works, and we know it doesn't help nearly powerfully enough on a consistent basis. So now we're going to switch from depression to ADHD, a disease of childhood.
I can see why it is quite a hard side of the topic, but oh man. Okay, let's go with this. It does happen that what you are considering. Hey, wait. What you're considering when you're mentioning the depression and when we are mentioning even more ideas minimally related to different facts associated with mental conditions have to deal a lot with the capacities related to the human itself and the different cognitions born out of the individuals who are going through such processes. Thus, it means a lot of times that this needs to be analyzed properly to try and get if any of this might really be useful or worth it, or if instead it is going to be just a random occurrence, let's say, that will never bring you anything minimally useful. Okay. The problem itself also is certainly what does happen when you take ideas like placebos, such is you're confronted with one of the few cognitions that are always an underlying question inside of the whole field of psychology. That is, how much help can somebody inflict on themselves? Because this is something that is self-inflicted, and in this case, we are not talking about something negative, yet it is still necessary to talk about afflictions and conditions applied to oneself, because this does happen on the belief of something being produced, and this can't fully be explained if you seem to have no way of measuring how good or how negative all of this is. And I believe the reality is when it gets out of the box, let's say, the notion that certainly people might have a lot more control over their problems than what they believe. What you have now to also have, to deal with, is maybe it doesn't mean that it will always happen. Maybe what could be an occurrence here is you might find out certainly that inside of you there always lies a possibility of healing from your problems. And by just triggering the proper mechanisms to put yourself to work in terms of getting to fix them, you will end up activating what was a necessary tool for you to not have to deal with them anymore. And the underlying problem of that is also because you have now become aware of such a reality, you also start to doubt which things are not being applied to you for the sake of trying to activate your inner potential in that same sense that we are discussing here. And I don't really see all of this as so much of a completely negative thing. I believe it is still quite useful and quite gracious to realize that maybe people have a lot more chances at healing from a lot of different, at the very least, mental conditions than what is being at first discussed, but it still is quite heartbreaking, I believe, to try and go over the idea itself of maybe what we have created as different tools aims towards helping a person, maybe all of those things will never, at least so far in this actual point of history, be really useful. And we are only surviving on the lies of an underlying um, history that tries to tell you that all of this shouldn't be destroyed because there had been so much effort already that negating what was created for the sake of this argument might be quite useless. So, yeah, I don't know. It is a complex problem, certainly, but it does show once again what is this holiday. I think, at the very least, personally, I associate it a lot with logotherapy in this case. So I don't know. I might be a little bit wrong, certainly, but I see it incredibly close to logotherapy and such. So yeah, that is a starting point here. Anyways, I guess continuing with something else, or not with something else, continuing with the rest of the lesson. Now, let's keep seeing what else is there to say. I hope I am not forgetting anything. So yeah, anyways, continue.
So now we're going to switch from depression to ADHD, a disease of childhood. These are children who have inattention, hyperactive in 80% of cases, impulsive, moving around and jumpy. The diagnosis, like everything, is by exclusion. They make sure that there's not some other problem in the child's life that's making them inattentive or impulsive, for example, like abuse at home. Its prevalence is 2 million or more. It's tripled since 1981, increased 2.5 times since 90. So it's sort of like the discussions you hear now about autism. There was fantastic debates about ADHD. Does it exist at all? Are people just medicating kids to keep them lined up in classrooms quietly listening to lecturers like me? Is there a real problem? And there's incredibly polarized debates about these things. So how does the clinician make the diagnosis? They look at the child, they talk to parents, teachers, and they sort of fill out questionnaires and have a list. And I'll show you the kind of a list the clinician has to work against. Depending on studies, and this is kind of an interesting number, ranges from about 2% to about 15%. And you can say, well, how could it possibly do that? Why can't researchers get it right? Okay, you could take a 0.5% off or 2 or whatever it is, but how can they? And again, it depends so much on your criteria for the diagnosis. Part of it too is over time these things change. As you have different versions of DSM, and I mentioned also countries, professions. Overnight in the same German population doubled as DSM book got revised and changed its criteria. Okay, is this the correct criteria? Are these the correct criteria? And how would you know if you had the correct criteria? How would you know if you got it right? People just have to have consensus as best they can guess because there's no objective evidence beyond reasonable interpretation. So about 3 to 5% of school-age children. And the reason that people take it seriously beyond these conceptual debates is that children with ADHD that is not treated struggle a lot. There's huge variation, of course. it predicts antisocial behavior, substance abuse, adverse occupational and social adjustments. There are people with ADHD who are phenomenally successful. There's probably several of you in the class who've been diagnosed with that in any group like this. So it's not the certain thing, but on average, if you don't have other talents and situations and support, it's a big risk factor for doing badly in life by the ways that most people want to do well. The most common, but not only treatment, is Ritalin or methylphenidate. The Ritalin is the commercial name, methylphenidate the generic name. We know there's a genetic piece about this. You've heard it so many times. 7 times higher rate within families, about a 0.76 heritability in twin studies. Some candidate genes have been identified involved in the dopaminergic systems of the brain, but like with all neuropsychiatric diseases, in kind of a weak way. It's not like there's a gene, if you have it, you have the disorder. It's just a little higher on average in populations. Okay, so here's the question. A kid comes into you, you're the doctor, and it's quite interesting to talk to doctors about this because in many medical settings with the current economic environment, doctors are incredibly encouraged by, for example, their salaries to see patients really fast. Okay, the faster they see them, the more the health system says, yay, we're productive, all right? So here's what they have to decide. Do you have inattention? Because inattention was one of the big criteria. You have to have at least 6 months to the degree that's maladaptive and age inappropriate. Careless mistakes in school are relativity. I'm sure none of us ever make careless mistakes, right? Difficulty setting attention in tasks or play. Does not seem to listen when spoken to directly. Does not follow instructions to finish tasks. Difficult organizing tasks and activities. Avoids, listen to this one, avoids tasks engaging sustained mental effort, okay? Loses things, easily distracted by extraneous stimuli, forgetful in daily activities. What 5-year-old is not describable in these ways, right? So you see how challenging it is, and it's not to take it lightly because the kids who really meet this really struggle over time. There's been many longitudinal studies that on average, children who meet these criteria will struggle in many ways. But look at all these. There's nothing here like hearing a voice, right? It's just like a kid, but a little more of it for your age. Hyperactivity, you fidget or squirm in your seat, you leave your seat in the classroom, you run about or climb excessively, you have difficulty playing quietly, you talk excessively. Blurts out answers before questions are completed. So kids are tough on teachers in classrooms. The symptoms have to be present before age of 7. Persistent 2 or more settings at home and school, for example, typically. And then not because you don't hear well, or because you have allergies, or you have other psychiatric disorders. And sometimes people talk about both inattention and hyperactivity, or the combined type. There's a thought that the more frequent finding in boys is because boys are more frequently hyperactive, so they're troublemaking in a classroom, they're jumping up and down, they're not listening to the teacher. And the girls might be more, on average, inattentive, quiet and dreamy, not taking stuff in. That's not a problem for classroom management. So there's a thought that girls might be underdiagnosed because of the way it's expressed in boys and girls. But there's a huge source of evidence that if left completely untreated, rates of depression, anxiety, substance abuse, academic failure, work problems, family problems, emotional stress are much higher in children where there's no attempt to treat or manage ADHD. There's a huge amount of evidence for this. So one of the sort of most famous studies in psychiatry, in developmental psychiatry, of directly comparing individuals on of behavioral and drug treatments, it was a study called the MTA study. It was done at many different sites all put together with a huge number of children, 14 months. They got medication management alone, behavioral treatment alone, a combination of both, or routine community care. So they said, what happens when we give you better behavioral treatment or more careful medical management on the drugs, or you go back to your standard community care? And what people found was this, that medication management alone, here's what they did in those conditions. They saw a doctor monthly for 30 minutes. They would move the drug amount up or down. They would titrate it. If it seemed to be sedating the child too much, they'd make it less. If it was not working enough, make it more. And they would talk a lot with the child and the parents. So that was the medication management, more active than you typically get in medical interactions. Behavioral treatments involved an 8-week summer camp, where you got the 2 of them together, or we were sent back to your community and got the regular care from a regular doctor that people typically get. So, and the big outcomes were that the best thing was to have the medical management alone or a combination of the 2. And in some cases, you would get lower doses of medications if you got the behavioral treatment. So you could say, and for many years I heard lecturers who were expert in this field saying, the definitive thing is the medication pretty much does it all. Maybe the behavioral treatment adds something. The behavioral treatment by itself didn't add much. This was what everybody was taught. But they kept following these people. And here's what they found. 8 years later, after the study was over, no difference in which group you were in. About 60% of kids stopped taking medication. The family decided to stop, or the doctor decided to stop. And there's no difference between those who did or did not stop taking medication in terms of difficulties in life. So now this is very complicated because people always say, like, what is the long-term effects of taking Ritalin in children? What is the long-term effects? And you go, well, you could say the first interpretation is this as well. Since it didn't make any difference, the drug has no effect at all, right? You take the drug, you don't take the drug, you have the same outcome. 14 months was something, but 8 years, it doesn't matter. But of course, who's more likely to stop taking the medication? Kids who are doing better or kids who are doing worse? Who's more likely to stop? Probably. on average, kids are doing better, right? So maybe what you're really, maybe no difference is some kids were improving for other reasons, and so really the kids who got the medications caught up with them because of the medications, and you can't tell those two things apart. So it's just incredibly hard to know with certainty what the right thing to do is in any long-term view, because you can control for 14 months what people do if they're willing to let you do that, but you can't control it over years. They go back to their own complicated lives, and sorting out what the treatment did versus the rest of their life is really hard. So Tyler, if we could do the VCR movie, here's an example of a kid with ADHD and some discussion about that.
Okay.
You know, amazing.
I think first and foremost we already did a class over ADHD, so I am not personally going to cover that much more. But yeah, it seems to be quite dangerous to talk about ADHD in terms of different problems that arise when you do not take it as seriously as it needs to. And when you also disregard different aspects that are more related to reactions arising from the person itself and similar things, I don't see so many problems when it comes to try and observe the usage of medication. But at the very least, what does happen to me quite important is there seems to be no real change when it comes to not using anymore these substances related to those conditions. So that's quite alarming, I believe so. Even more when you try to see the world as something that is more controllable than what you are willing to accept. This because in these cases it seems if the medication after being stopped being not taken anymore, obviously meaning the same, um, proved to be no real change. Maybe there are some problems with the process itself. We don't get to know yet. I think so, how all of these things work. But at the very, very least, what can be said at this point in time is the worthiness of treating it does seem to a lot of multiple benefits related to the act of becoming aware and properly taking care of what is your own self. I don't, yeah, I don't fully get how trying to just watch any any sense of ADHD analysis can bring you to an execution of a proper plan for yourself. In this case, I believe also there are a lot of better discussions about ADHD that can lead to better understandings about your own disease in this case, because that is one of the few conditions in which you are mostly self-regulating your own behaviors to the degree to which you can comprehend which tools can apply to your case, and that is quite complex to do all by yourself. So yeah, besides that, moving into something different, I do see also the usefulness behind therapy and such things when it comes to this condition. And I would point out that certainly it is quite hard to pinpoint exactly where it does happen that stopping or continuing with the support changes the life of somebody with these problems in particular. So I don't know. It is quite annoying to try and treat something like this when there are so many factors always playing a role here in these discussions. I don't know yet which one of these solutions is the best one, but yeah. Anyways, I guess continuing, and yeah, I don't see that much more to really mention. As I said before, we already did a class almost fully covering ADHD more in depth, and also there are better ways to learn about ADHD than being here. Still, even if we didn't talk about it that deeply, continuing.
I can tell you that even though you're as good as you can do, there is no behavioral test you can give like this that's better. And 50-50 at separating an ADHD child from other children. Okay, so you can be part of the story, but many, many, many children will not be identified this way, even though they're having real problems with school and at home. I want to say two things about the video game. People, as they noted here, sometimes ADHD diagnoses are tough because when kids come into a new situation, a doctor's office, a new doctor, an evaluation, it gets their attention and they look more focused. Okay, so people have noticed that kids with ADHD seem to do quite well when they have an entertaining video game, which is easier to enjoy, right, than most things. So they actually did the study to ask how long does an ADHD kid play a video game versus a kid without ADHD, and when they're both playing video games, still the ADHD kid plays for less long, right? So it's not that it takes it away, but it in many ways obfuscates the difference. So, one interesting question is, what is the right dose? Because we said that treatments where they titrated the dose, where you went to a doctor frequently and they said, let's push it up, let's push it down, let's get the dose that's right for the child. What is that number? So here's a paper all the way back from 1977. Here's placebo, here's a small dose, here's a large dose. And they measured three different things. They measured how well you did in terms of the teacher rating. So teachers say, how's the kid doing? That's the open bars, okay? So the teacher said, here's how the kid's doing. They go, well, this is even better. And they go, this is even the best, okay? So the teachers are saying the more drug, the better. Here's an objective measure of learning performance by those children, the same children, better, worse. So you see, we go back to the ideas that came out of the prefrontal lobotomies, completely different topic. Everybody pretty much in the field agrees that these drugs help these kids on average, okay? But think about the complications of what the right dose is. For the teacher, the biggest dose is best. And why do you think that's likely to be? For the teacher doing classroom management with the 30 kids, why does a big dose seem best? Yeah. Yes, yeah, you were going to say the same thing. Yeah, for them, as the kid is not fidgeting, not jumping around, distracting the other kids. So a slightly over-sedated kid seems like a triumph, and it can be to a parent also, like listening to me, But objective learning measures, this is optimal, and this is overdosing. So, I think we'd all agree this is the one that matters most of all. But you can see, you don't often have this kind of measurement. Often the doctor says, what does the teacher think? What does the parent think? And the kid will end up over here because that's what seems most, correct to the eyes of the teacher or the parent, the biggest change in the child's behavior. For the last couple of minutes, I was talking about brain imaging in regards to ADHD. So we talked about the idea that the cerebral cortex, you have too much of it, too many neurons and overconnected, and that what it is to grow the adult brain.
Wait. I think it isn't really mentioned that much, but it is still quite interesting to say it. And even more because it is quite problematic also to not go about it. We're creating environments in which we have people that supposedly are capacitated to teach others, where these same people believe that the necessity for teaching these guys is to have completely unresponsive blobs of mass that go to a place, sit for hours straight, make almost no interaction with you, and at the end of it all, leave telling you that they learned something. You never know if that is true. And by having so many people in the educational system doing all the same type of rationalization of such problems, it happens that we might be creating, let's say, a monster that is an educational system in which what we are looking for are the least capable of truly learning humans, the one in which negating from others the chance of absorbing knowledge is the most practical one for those who are imparting said knowledge, because after all, you wouldn't want ever to get interrupted by whoever is quote-unquote interested in your lesson, as it will mean that basically these people will have nothing to really say to you, because it is so easy to understand that it means nothing to interrupt you. It is only probably taking time from you if they were to even interrupt you. So yeah, I don't know. It is quite complex. I can see it. And anyways, I guess continuing. Say.
To eliminate neurons and synapses that are not functionally valuable. You're picking out the most valuable players of your neurons. And so you can say there's a peak age at which you go up and then you go down. You consider that peak to be sort of milestone of development. And you can see here in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, here's the front of the brain. Here's the delay in ADHD children. They take an average 2 years longer to reach that peak than do typically developing kids. But there's no difference at all in primary somatosensory cortex. So you might imagine that on systems that are the inputs of sensory stimulation from the world, an ADHD child is typical. For parts of the brain that regulate, like I'm not going to pay attention to that, I'm going to focus on this, that's slower developing. And you can see how that might lead to inattention or easy distractibility. So a 2-year delay in the development, on average, of prefrontal cortex structure. I talked with you before, let me just remind you of this, that if we look at reward systems, anticipation of a reward coming up in a few moments activates the nucleus accumbens in animals and humans. This is in humans, anticipation of a reward. The same system that's measured here goes on to the medial prefrontal cortex, and that system turns on when you get the reward. So one thing anticipates, and one thing responds when you get the reward. And there have been some slightly divergent studies in ADHD, but one suggestive one is this. So here's the control subjects anticipating the reward. Here's the ADHD individuals also anticipating the reward, but not showing any activation. It's as if, now remember the reward is this. You get a signal that tells you in a few moments, if you push a button, you're going to get $1. This is not like study now, and then if you complete college, you get to go to medical school. It's not delayed gratification. It's anticipating reward coming up in about 10 seconds. And at least in these patients, it doesn't drive the system. It's as if delayed gratification were not having any traction with these brains. On the other hand, then you find out if you got it or not, because sometimes they trick you and you don't get it. Orbital frontal response and controls, and much more in ADHD patients. So if this picture is true, or at least true for some patients, imagine the consequence of not being able to hold yourself, anticipating reward, but being overly responsive to whether you got it or not. You'd be stimulus bound, right? You couldn't hold yourself back. It's not helping you develop delayed gratification. And here's one more thing that people ask, which is, if you have, because now there's some evidence about this, if you give Ritalin for a while, does it slow the development of the cerebral cortex?
Okay, yeah. Before it keeps going with something different, I have heard a proper definition that does help you to understand what is being talked about here. There is a certain part of the condition itself that leads you to see and to comprehend that certainly what is a very important factor here is you don't really get to just, let's say, live an easy life or something of that sort, or find yourself doing good when it comes to possessing ADHD, because certainly this condition affects you in a way in which it gets incredibly complex or outright impossible for you to project into the future, when normally for you that is not a skill that you commonly possess. So that is already one negative thing to say about it. But besides that first initial negative outlook on this, also what is important is it can be trained and it can be created. It's a sense and a skill that can be brought into reality with enough time. Not that you can't ever learn to project into the future. It is a skill that takes time, that others already are born with, but that can be manifested in you as a person with ADHD. If you take enough time processing such ideas completely outside of your actual understanding, if you don't have them inside of you. So yeah, I don't know, continuing.
And I won't go into the details here, but the answer is it does not. So people worry, like, if we keep giving Ritalin for some more years, are we affecting brain structure? And the evidence is clear, objective evidence that it is not. So I think a lot of people feel like if the medication is helpful, there's very little evidence that there's harmful side effects. Weirdly enough, Ritalin, and we'll come back to this just in a minute, is one of the least problematic medications in psychiatry and frequently helpful. So the last fMRI study I want to show you is this. Let's say you gave Ritalin not only to children with ADHD who are taking it, but also typically developing children who've never taken Ritalin because they're typically developing. And how do their brains respond to that? So here's some ADHD children and children without ADHD. And here's a task they perform. Sometimes they push a button every time a letter appears. They're having a whole bunch of letters here. Push, 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 push. But they're told when an X appears, don't push. So you're tricking the subjects because you're getting a habit going, or what people call prepotent response. Push, 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 push. Oops, hold yourself back, okay? What people call no-go, don't go. And that's hard to do for a kid. It's harder to do for somebody with ADHD to control the impulse to push. And so you measure brain, and here's the behavior, and then let me tell you the issue. So here's the percent false alarms. This is when you pushed for the X, you should have held yourself back. Here's the control. Here's the ADHD children making more impulsive errors overall, harder to control themselves and stop themselves from pushing for that X. When they're off Ritalin, they make more mistakes when they're on. Okay, so but look at these kids who have no ADHD and never took it because they have no reason to take it. They perform better, but look at the drug effect, just the same size. And this is not the only study that's found that giving typical children Ritalin will make them perform better on cognitively demanding tasks. They're typically not done so well by children as by adults. So the psychiatrist we work with on the study said, wow, we used to think that if we gave somebody Ritalin and they behaved better, we knew we gave the right treatment, okay? But it's not clear that these kids aren't behaving better, okay? They have no problem, and there's no reason to give them the medication. Just step through this. If you look in the brains of where the Ritalin is affecting things, in lots of the brain, the control subjects and the ADHD children look alike. The only part of the brain that looks really different is in the basal ganglia, part of the brain that's involved in habits and impulse controls, also implicated in OCD that we talked about before. It's an area that's full of dopaminergic systems. It's an area that Ritalin binds to when you look inside the brain in animals. And here what was found was this. So this is the behavioral difference you saw before. So if you look in the basal ganglia, here's the controlled children off the medication, and then on the medication. Here's the ADHD showing this opposite response. So here's the only place where the responses are different between the controlled children and the ADHD children. And you can see in a way the medication is so-called normalizing the activation. So here's typical kids just being themselves, no Ritalin. Here's children with ADHD not treated. And now you can see, now look how similar they get with the treatment. Okay? So in this part of the brain, and it's the opposite effect. When the typical children get the drug, the activation go down. The ADHD children goes up. So this part of the brain seems like it's an important part of the story, and also how the medication influences somebody. So the last thing I want to talk about for 2 minutes, including the chapter in this, or 3 minutes, is the struggle that people have of what's the boundary between treating an outright disease and manipulating normal variation. So, for example, here's the average height in the U.S. of men and women. Huge debates about whether people who are on a very, are projected to have a very short stature in adulthood, should they get growth hormone or not? One argument is no. Why you think about it? Some parents will feel like my kid might struggle. Give the kid a break. You can do something about it. You don't have to, do that. How about sadness and depression? If you're somewhat sad, should they get CBT, or do they have to be in dark depression? Where's the boundary between shyness and social anxiety? Or where's a kid doesn't follow directions? When do you say that's a kid not paying attention to ADHD? So one of the big surprises has been that when people have, and you guys can tell me in a moment, when people poll things, you never know how accurate these are. In some polls, 7% of university students without ADHD say they take methylphenidate to help them focus and concentrate on their studies. And even more disturbing to scientists, in one study in Nature, 20% of scientists said they do it. I'm not asking you to turn yourself in, but this is my little poll of undergraduates in the world out there, besides what I read in the magazines. So is there moderately widespread use of it by people who are not prescribed directly themselves? Or is it pretty rare? Rare? It could be rare, maybe, okay. Well, okay. And then what is the right thing? Where in all this will people debate about this? I think there's no debate that for people really suffering, you want to help them, but where should the line be drawn between, helping those in despair and boosting those, in the middle? So the last example I want to give you just for a minute is this chapter from a man who mistook his wife for a hat because of this question about boosting experience. So this is a woman of 90, Natasha Kay. She comes to the clinic. After her 88th birthday, she began to change. She felt thrilled. She was extremely well. People said she had changed from being shy to flirtatious, giggling, telling jokes. At age 88, she had this huge transformation. It turns out she has syphilis, what she calls Cupid's disease, but she's quite enjoying the change in personality. She's disinhibited and having a good time, okay? It's like the small bit of alcohol that loosens you up, but all the time without any of the downside, right? And then they said, well, should we treat it? Because she got the disease at an age when penicillin was not widely given. And they discover happily that if they treat the penicillin, it protects her medically, but because the brain change from the neurosyphilis has occurred, she remains very happy all the time, okay? So if somebody could give you a drug that could make you very happy all the time, bad idea, good idea, anyway, so you could think about it. Thanks very much.
All right, okay. I guess it was finally that was what was left of the lesson. I guess not that deep, taking into consideration that we had a lot of repeated content from the last one, but yeah, we had to go through it, so that's that, I guess. But yeah, still, as always, quite a little bit overwhelming, even more when you take into consideration though that it it does involve tiny spark always of reobserving what is being stated and such things. So with that, we are done finally. This time around, let me check that. Did we have any particular laws? No. We had some weird peaks in the other direction, like it peaked somehow higher than normal bitrate, but it didn't really crash, it seems. And just as I say that, there is a decrease in bitrate anyways. So that's the first thing that we have to do. And what I remained to fully watch. My bad, because I forgot. But yeah, anyways, that's that. Now the reality is what will be the next thing for us to watch? What will be the next observation? Uh, uh, this is going to be quite complex to choose. As always, I think so. No. Um, but still, I think we can finally find something minimally interesting in the fields of random YouTube content, I guess. But yeah, at the very least, I can say so far that we dealt with what was remaining. So there are. Hmm. Okay. I think I have something. I think I have something. The problem is I don't like when the videos are coincidentally almost 10 minutes, because you can notice at those times that probably what is going to happen is they will be mostly about topics that are compressed for them to fit into the 10-minute algorithm of YouTube. But uh, I don't know. We will have to see. I guess I will have to analyze this anyways, and we will see from there how it goes. Hello, where's the video? What? Okay, here it is. But well, I before continuing now for real, because it is, even if it is not that all consuming, I still need a little bit of a pause. Allow me to take like a 5 minute break once again. Now for real, a 5 minute break. So yeah, we have here the timer. When this reaches like 20, 22 or so minutes, we will be back. Until then, keep yourself safe, hydrate, stretch, whatever. Thank you so far for being here still. See you until then. Break, mental break to prepare for whatever it is next. So, anyways, we are back. It seems this is amazing. Uh, what a nice thing it is to take maybe a minute long break, I guess. So yeah, we had something to watch. I think so. I don't know. I want to keep looking if there is something better. It seems quite annoying to watch the same thing over and over. But yeah, I guess this is better than nothing at all. Well, I mean, it is still 20k views, so it is not as much. I hope so. I hope it isn't out of nowhere the most well-known video to ever watch. But yeah, we have something to watch. Let me do this. Let me open this. Let me see if the measures are proper for this video. If this doesn't have a weird aspect ratio, like it happens sometimes when they decide to do it, and similar things. So okay. This is the first image that presents itself when you watch the video. Anyways, let me copy this. I will have to save this over here, and I will have to also later on remember to update all of the links on the Discord, which I haven't done. So yeah, ready to watch something. Here we are. Is this set up at speed? No, speed 1.25. Thank you. This is the link. I guess pin. What is this about? Holy I can't pronounce this name, my brother. This is physically impossible for me to talk about any of this. I I won't deal with this. We will watch the video. We will see later on how it is pronounced when the video announcer says it out loud. So yeah, let me activate this, mute this, and yeah, we are watching Ibn Rushd Averroes, the guardian of the philosophers. I don't know what is this about. I think I watched like once these people, and they seem to bring up different types of philosophy into the ocean. So yeah, let's see. Anyways, play. Thank you.
Within the rooms of the famous Apostolic Palace of the Vatican, the beating religious heart of Rome and the wider Catholic world, one of the four epical fathers of the Western Renaissance applies the finishing strokes to an iconic fresco, now admired as one of the most recognizable masterpieces of the artistic rebirth. The School of Athens by Raphael, a legendary depiction, often admired for its elegance, but rarely dissected in light of its deep historical theme. Instantly recognizable are Plato and Aristotle, occupied with discussion at the center of the frame, with Socrates debating on the side and Euclid devising mathematical measurements in the foreground. However, a closer inspection of the painting exhibits something uncharacteristic of revisionist conceptions of Western culture and history. Peering over the shoulder of Pythagoras is a man with bronze skin, an Arab with a turban gracefully wrapped around his head. While an onlooker might at first rub their eyes with confusion, undoubtedly Raphael had included the man for some purpose. Indeed, the Andalusian portrait was recognized all over Europe as the preeminent inheritor of the ancient oases of knowledge, the paver of the path to the Renaissance, Ibn Rushd, the guardian of the philosophers and the father of rationalism.
What?
This video was made possible thanks to a...
Okay, no, shut up. Who's this? Who's this guy? Thank you. But what? Oh. What? Who? Sorry, who? What? Who exactly are we watching? I didn't. I never heard about this guy. What did I miss? Where are my classes going on? Why did I never hear about this human being? But anyways, I don't know. I can talk about everything else, but I don't know who is this guy who's supposedly so important, taking into consideration how he was presented. Give me a second. There it is. I don't want that image. Thank you. So yeah, so far everything else that is quite not on the point, I guess. We have certainly somebody, not somebody. We have the whole fresco, the whole image, the whole painting that was very not influential by itself. It had a lot of influential people, and it was certainly placed in a very important location. It does contain quite a lot of history inside of it, and it talks about a lot of different events that occurred on those times. It by itself is quite useful to place yourself in time when it comes to considering and thinking about all of those who to a certain extent created what are nowadays um, the foundational stones of philosophy. So that's what an important achievement to have most of these human beings place all in one image to qualify them or to, let's say, to adjust all of those into one single vision. That's quite true, I guess. But I don't know who is even rushed. But okay. Besides that, I guess what's still notoriously important, I will probably mention, is the fact that it is true Arabs are not that common for those times. I mean, well, I don't remember exactly where was it that I heard about this at this point, but there is a very interesting lesson, or not lesson itself. It is simply an historical fact. When you pay attention to the history of people and such, you learn that a lot of learnings are hidden behind not just what events themselves, but rather what those who are around them to conserve those events from remaining the same stories than what came before them, let's say. Do not modify this storyline to change it into something different. And this plays a bigger role because certainly the whole Greek story was more properly conserved in the Eastern Arab side of the world rather than the Western side of the European world, where a lot of the different notions were still saved in older slabs by the Arabs, the Muslims, and such. At those times, considered tribes of people who were so well learned and so much more acquainted, I think it is, with the older Greeks before their whole empire fell down. And at the very least, from there, you can depict why they have a certainly important place in history, even if we are not yet talking about this guy in particular, which, as I said before, I don't even know who he is. But yeah, um, I don't know anything about this. I don't know. Let's see. I guess please be a real history. Please not be made up stuff. I beg to all. Continuing.
Abu al-Walid Muhammad ibn Ahmed ibn Rushd, or Averroes, was born into a long line of Maliki jurists and scholars in 1126 CE. Not in any illustrious eastern city that one might commonly associate with the Islamic Golden Age, but in the picturesque western metropolis of Qurtuba, Al-Andalus, or modern-day Spain.
What?
By 711 CE, the Islamicate civilization had invaded and firmly established itself on the Iberian Peninsula. Throughout the next centuries, different factions would vie for control over the lush Mediterranean land. Ibn Rushd was born in the 12th century, during the time of the Almorabitun, or the Almoravids. However, the Almorabituns' rule over Andalus would not last, as they were soon overthrown in a rebellion by the Almuwahidin, or the Almohads, during Ibn Rushd's youth. The Almohads were a dynasty that, at least originally, centered themselves on a deep theological commitment to a certain type of monotheism, or Tawheed. If you'd like to learn more about this fascinating period in Islamic history, then check out our friend Al-Muqaddima's playlist, The History of Al-Andalus.
What? Eh, am I losing? I am. What's going on? Why is this? Why is there so much information out of nowhere? What? What happened to the pace of a video where you slowly go over things? What? So fucking lot, my man. But yeah, I guess now we know where even Rush this is from. I guess, but does it really change anything? I mean, that's the real question here.
Ibn Rushd would thrive in his career, mostly working as a qadi, or a judge, and a court physician, while also maintaining healthy rapport with the philosophically inclined rulers of his day. One account recalls his meeting with the Caliph Abu Ya'qub Yusuf, who met Ibn Rushd and his contemporary Ibn Tufail. A curious statesman, Abu Ya'qub inquired about the not at all controversial topic of the eternity of the universe. Recognizing the hypersensitivity of the issue, Ibn Rushd held his tongue, citing ignorance of the topic. The Caliph then turned away and instead engaged in deep exchange with his friend, Ibn Tufail. Sensing the considerable open-mindedness of the ruler, Ibn Rushd did not rush to speak up, but re-entered the discourse. The resulting conversation was so riveting that the charmed Caliph later bathed Ibn Rushd with lavish gifts. Ibn Rushd
Okay. Interesting fact. What the fuck is this guy still? I don't get it. What are we watching yet? Are these random facts about an a Muslim? What's this about, man? What did I choose to watch?
Was not lacking on paper either. He authored books within legal theory that are still taught within universities today and did not leave any discipline untouched. This is, of course, unsurprising for a scholar who believed that philosophy was compulsory or fard to engage with and sinful to avoid, if one possessed the ability and talent. His proof was taken from the Quran itself, which emphasizes rationalism and critical thought, and for Ibn Rushd, what is philosophy except critical reflection and pure logic? There was perhaps an elitist strand of thought within Ibn Rushd, as he did not believe that most people were educated or rational enough to actually do philosophy, and so should stick to the surface-level meanings of scripture. The method that led him to this conclusion was based on a threefold system inspired by Aristotle's rhetoric. This entailed dividing arguments into the demonstrative, the dialectical, and the rhetorical, a model which stratified society into their varying capabilities for rationality. The demonstrative method of reasoning is the tool of the trained philosopher, who through his extensive philosophical education is able to directly understand the logical and empirical concepts underpinning reality by drawing certain inferences from accepted premises. The sophistical modes of argument were for the theologians and the masses at large, who could not understand the complexity of reality holistically, but only through the aid of symbols and metaphors which the Quran utilizes for their ease. Thus, Ibn Rushd believed that only philosophers had the authority to interpret verses of scripture that were ambiguous, and thereby unlock the true secrets of reality. Everyone else was simply restricted to acting upon the symbolic or rhetorical nature of scripture, as far as their limited education allowed them. This can be envisioned in the way chemists understand the chemical composition of medicine, while the patient sees only the medicinal liquid, yet both practically benefit in the same manner. Now that we understand how Ibn Rushd earned the title of the father of rationalism, we must investigate how he became known as the guardian of the philosophers.
Okay, easy. Finally something understandable. Yeah. There is a very similar concept that can also be traced into other areas of philosophy in which you are still talking about how some people are not capable enough of understanding the underlying significations of any particular message because their capacity of overall interpreting what is put in front of them always lacks what's necessary for anybody to fully extract the different hidden messages inside of any expressed idea. So, for those who have a higher abstraction skill, let's say it like that way, instead of simply saying IQ, they unlock the tools towards revealing whichever kind of secret composition lies under a picture or a message or a divinely inspired text, whatever it is that you want to call it. And there is also the other category of people, the mundane people, which won't on their whole life ever even approach with somebody who has been in some ways um, illuminated by the truth. Find that is quite a real depiction of reality, basically, in the sense that what you're talking about certainly has to deal with the fact that a lot of humans might not really be capable of understanding every single thing. In this case, for example, philosophy might not be a field for every single human because you should have the capacity to immerse yourself in deeper levels of talk. But although it is, I mean, it's true what is being stated here. The problem is we are inferring that what is being positioned as a human being is something that is inherently born with such capacities, when in reality, most of those who do any sort of rationalism always focus themselves on the always growing potential of understanding even more things, because it is only building up on the premises that were left behind by your masters, or at the very least by your previous maps of comprehension of reality itself, that you can create even more complex depictions of an underlying concept minimally similar to what is being talked about here. So I don't think every single human who isn't inherently capable or innately capable of interpreting sacred texts doesn't have the right to it, right? I believe it is more of a skill, I will say, but yeah, I can see the point at the very least so far. And I don't know, I don't think there was that much more being mentioned there. The reality is the rest of the people don't really contest anything of this sort, because when somebody in positions of power tells you that a thing if is of such a nature, sorry, they tend to be right, because you wouldn't even have the capacity to conquer them in arguments that also involve their status in society. So you wouldn't risk losing your already disadvantageous position by trying to fight against a tyrannical figure in in a certain to a certain extent. But yeah, I think I get so far what's this about. I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, probably what can be mentioned also is the picture of Aristoteles, the whole three ways to interpret reality. That is the image of something, uh, the depiction of something, and the something itself. As in, I think it is pretty easy to get that whole, yeah, in which you have a chair that is the concept itself of an immaculate chair. Afterwards, you have the imagination of a chair that draws from the original chair that is yet never created, making up what ends up being in reality a chair. One that also, what the fuck, wait. Please. Holy fuck, my throat almost died, I don't know. But yeah, you have. I kind of died trying to make that point. You have the immaculate concept of a chair. Then you have the idea of a chair that is drawing from the immaculate concept of a chair, from which the particular craftsman makes in reality a chair that also draws from their image, that draws from the original concept of a chair. The original chair will never be created. The depiction of a chair is also hardly matching the chair itself that was created in reality. And all of these three things are completely separate from one another in a sense that you don't really get to see any of them being the same thing, while at the same time they are all related to the same main idea or final idea. But yeah, I guess here you can transpose that into basically how there is supposedly somebody who should be fully capable of understanding every single type of um, concept, therefore, or not therefore. Afterward, there is also people who is capable of drawing minimal amounts of inspiration from those who do possess those divine capacities of interpreting whatever is reality. And after that, there here they come, the peasants which can barely live in reality. And I don't want to make such a negative point, but if that is what is being talked about here, I think it is quite negative to try and talk about society in such ways, as in, I am completely above society, or I am completely above the average person because I can properly think about stuff. I mean, you can picture things in certain ways, but you lack the physical capacities, and that is why it compares to their opposing teams, let's say to the Greeks, something that the Arabs did not have and do not have even to this day is the Greeks also have this whole idea where you should physically be also trained yourself because your idea should also be proven in the testimony that is your flesh, because your flesh is also a vessel for your mind, and if your mind is a very controlled place with higher types of depictions of reality, it should all fall into place that you also have a proper physique. But here, hearing a, an old guy say that he is above everyone else in terms of rationality and such, just because he can interpret one thing while also lacking complete physical abilities compared to the average farmer, for example, makes the point a little bit less solid. But I don't know. I still stand behind the other idea that is certainly they will not contest what this guy is saying. Nobody has the capacity to contest, and even less in those times, what are ideas as minimally related to saying, you know what, I am superior to you and such, if they come from higher echelons of society. So yeah, so far, yeah, I think it is still to some degree understandable, but I don't know. I think it could have been a little bit better of of a quick rundown on who this guy was if it took like 20 minutes to properly explain some things, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I didn't really do that much of a job adding anything here. I just explained more in detail what was said.
Who or what was it that he felt such a responsibility to safeguard philosophy from? The danger to philosophy begins to occur when the Averroesian threefold model is not respected. Ibn Rushd blamed thinkers like Al-Ghazali for meddling in areas of philosophy where they ought not to, confusing the people at large, leading them astray into areas of falsehood that are disguised as rational. It is here where we find Ibn Rushd's counterattack to al-Ghazali's controversial text, The Incoherence of the Philosophers, culminating in Ibn Rushd's response, The Incoherence of the Incoherence. This was a defense on behalf of the ancient philosophers who, for Ibn Rushd, had been grossly misrepresented, not only by al-Ghazali, but also by al-Ghazali's targets, Ibn Sina and al-Farabi. In particular, Ibn Rushd problematized the very three propositions that...
Okay, yeah. I said that I watched one video from this guy, and that is true. There are some problems. Here, we are... I don't want to do this, man. I have to explain who the fuck is Al-Ghazali. And I barely watched that video like once, brother. Are you out of your mind? What this talks about is Al-Ghazali, a particular character in history who ended up going against the pre-established ideas made by philosophers of the Greek side of the world, let's say, or the Roman, not Greek, Roman side of the world, because he possessed the knowledge that was inside of the Quran, and he was somebody who thought completely different from them, trying to disprove what was their stronger ideals, because at that point they were already starting to infect the overall masses of the Arabic society. Therefore, it was necessary for the philosophers of that side of the world to launch a... I don't think it is a counterattack. The influence of philosophy wasn't really an attack on the Arabic culture. It simply happens because they started to mix with one another. But anyways, I don't remember how this guy is even named. Al-Muradi, I think it was. Ended up launching a whole script describing the problems that he was capable of finding on the most normal ideas behind the Roman philosophy. And all of those were certainly very good arguments that pointed towards the major ideas inside of what was at that time negative, very flaky almost sides of the established ideologies inside of Rome. And by doing so, he presented himself as a very good argumenter, discussionist. What's the word? Somebody who can properly structure his ideas basically into a proper discussion. I don't remember the particular word, but yeah, he was almost one of the... what was it? Theater school of philosophy that isn't Platonic, which is based on trying to always discuss things like more and more into detail, trying to confound people and to confuse them into getting into incredibly particular arguments where by simply questioning more and more it happens that they can't continue responding because there is a limit to every single knowledge. That same thing was done by this Arab guy, and that was basically why he was seen as somebody so important, because he used tactics that they already knew, but from a completely new society, so they didn't consider them as such, because they wouldn't have figured that he was using something that was probably at those times told by him by one of his members, of one of the members of his social group, so that he could now integrate inside of his vision all of these things. But anyways, I think here we are watching the questions themselves, so I hope I don't have to explain them, or do not make me explain what they are about. At the very least, do that yourself, you fucker.
Al-Ghazali rebuked. these being the eternality of the universe, the question of God's knowledge, and the issue of bodily resurrection. Concerning the eternity of
Oh my god, I don't know how to fucking talk about the questions. Why did you rush your video? The okay. Al Ghazali was a guy who, as I said before, mentioned different problems that were found inside of the human ideologies, and what he targeted mostly was one of the main, yeah, the main uh, notions that they had, and that was always these people do possess a lot of problems in regards to how all of these human beings believed to a certain extent that God was less important than what they believed, because all of these people, as in Romans, started to slowly cultivate themselves towards a path of less influence of gods, less theocentric visions of the universe, and more, um, I don't remember the word, human centered. So he went back with arguments, as it says here, about how how long has it been since the universe started to exist, trying to prove by passages of the Quran that in reality it was eternal, always there, um, always existing. And I remember, if I am not so wrong, something that was also used as an argument was that, for example, God created the earth, not it didn't create the universe. It said something along the lines of it made, yeah, say this, the be there light or something like that, and he used that argument to prove that the universe was already there. It only needed to be sparked. Or it it is a complex idea what he said, but yeah, basically that there was already a universe, not that we were born out of nowhere, as it was expressed on these people, and later on in the not later on on a complete different end on the Al Ghazali videos, it's also shown that this idea ends up being quite correct with the notion of what is the Big Bang, because we don't really know where it originated from, but that there should have been probably something before the universe existed, because it can happen that matter starts to appear out of nowhere. But anyways, besides that, it also happens that the second argument is whether the particulars and whether the things obey us in our own existence, because after all, we are subjects that do have a limited amount of um, time on this whole plane, once again, of existence. And it showed quite weirdly that if the gods were so immersed, as the Romans said, why would they be so interested in things that are so fleet for them? So it tried to disprove that also. And the third one was that supposedly this whole notion of resurrection and circles of yeah, as described in one of the ideas of Plato, in which he goes about how there is, yeah, there is the world of the ideas, and in the world of the ideas the soul of the human is undying, and the this world, the physical world, is habitated by this by souls habitating themselves, the vessels that are given to us by God and such things, trying to say that it is impossible to live in such places because there is no proof of anybody having lived before and that is going to live afterwards on the same body. Because even more in those times, it was considered that whoever said, I, I went through a certain past life was directly crazy. It wasn't even discussed if these people could have been right or not. They were considered directly crazy. So, yeah, that is also something interesting to take into consideration here. But, anyways, um, all of these arguments were made against, as I said before, the Roman philosophers. I guess at the very least now I know who this even Rust guy is, because certainly he seems to be the one who tries to act against Al-Ghazazi, but at the same time, it is quite rushed, this whole narration, my man. I would have liked to have it extended and not have to lose so much time explaining myself with partial memories of everything. What is historical facts instead of really discussing anything at all. Eh, I guess I like the exam to see if I at the very least learned something, but I don't know.
Question of God's knowledge and the issue of bodily resurrection. Concerning the eternity of the universe, we saw Al-Ghazali attack the Avicenna notion that the universe had existed forever along with God. For Al-Ghazali, such an idea involved infinite regress fallacies and entailed a challenge to God's creative power. However, Ibn Rushd emphasized that Al-Ghazali misunderstands that a pre-eternal universe would still be contingent on God, and Al-Ghazali's claim of the creation of the universe out of nothing is just as controversial. Even the scripture itself is ambiguous on the matter. Ibn Rushd goes as far as to suggest that the Quran itself hints at the form of the universe being created in time, but its matter already having existed eternally, such as the smoke of heaven described in the Quran. Ibn Rushd also favored a teleological proof for God's existence and criticized the continued
I can. What? I get what we are talking about, but this is quite complex, my brother. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I can follow the discussion, but I can't really say anything about this. I mean, I am not so much involved in theological ideas. I. What a nice video for us to watch. Fuck. Yeah. Let me do it properly. It just happened that different observers of the Quran and different proper decipherers of what are the different meanings inside of the passages of the Quran try to solidify what are the concepts inside of it. Because after all, it does, as it was mentioned here at the start, or kind of hint, a lot of interpretation is up to the reader themselves. So it is pretty common to try and have different discussions. In this case, it does happen that what we are observing is one in which different figures are discussing the nature itself of the universe through what is contained inside of the Quran also. So it does possess a lot of arguments that are quite complex to follow if you haven't even heard about the Quran or have any interest in particular in what is contained inside of it. And it does have also a lot of interesting optics in what is all of this matter, because it gives you a lot of hints towards realizing or observing at the very least what is by itself the whole concept emphasizing on trying to dispel the notions that are inside, once again, of the Quran and similar. I will say like this. The problem is also, it is quite complex to really attack any of the stances here, because they are discussing metaphysics based on a book that we haven't even read. So it gets quite impossible to say anything. I mean, wow, somebody says something, somebody else tries to clap back, but fails, and they also get attacked. Wow, clap. I don't know, yes. Okay, thank you. Continuing.
contingency argument. His idea was based on the fact that the empirically proven, fine-tuned design of the universe hints at a grand inventor or artist, which is God. The cosmological implications thus had little bearing on his proof of a creator. Regarding God's knowledge, Al-Ghazali claimed that the philosophers deny God's omniscience by advocating that he is only aware of universal matters, not of particulars. Ibn Rushd responds that Al-Ghazali misses the point. It is not that the philosophers deny God's knowledge, rather they deny that his mode of knowledge is similar to ours. Our knowledge is contingent upon a correspondence theory of reality. That is, our ideas of truth are dependent upon the way the external world really is. This is not the case for God, as his knowledge is reality itself. Finally, in relation to resurrection, Ibn Rushd...
Okay. I think this one is a little bit easier to add, because it goes back to what we mentioned before as what was talked by Plato. There is a realm in which ideas themselves exist and the concepts themselves exist, and we live in a world in which we manifest those ideas throughout the extraction of those ideas into manifestations of ideas, from which we also extract what is manifested into this reality itself once again. So what is being discussed here is the nature by which we live in a world ourselves only of supposed theories and pre-assumed concepts, trying to see and comprehend if what we are observing is true or not, where in reality God lives directly in that plane of whole ideas where there is nothing uncertain, and where there is nothing that has remained hidden to him, because what remains hidden to us is a lot of the nature of the objects themselves. We only are capable of realizing what we can do with our different tools, and it is directly impossible for us to, in any other way, manifest any of these things onto this universe itself. It takes quite some time to express all of these things properly, and it takes quite a longer, an even longer period of time to properly be capable of placing all of this in the universe, because it means that what we are dealing with is but just a figment of the idea itself, that is the world in which God himself lives, or itself lives. I don't know. Continuing this video also.
affirms that it is necessary to believe for true orthodox Muslim belief. Yet he complains again of the needless debate between Al-Ghazali and the Avicennians, in which Al-Ghazali attacks the Avicennan proposition that bodily resurrection is impossible. Ibn Rushd simply sees that the two groups agree on resurrection, but disagree on how this would occur. Those in Al-Ghazali's camp emphasize bodily resurrection, while the Avicennians understand it as a spiritual resurrection. Nevertheless, while Ibn Rushd tolerates both positions according to their respective educational level, he also believes that on all three matters, Al-Ghazali oversteps the line in his duty as a theologian, and complains of the discord and confusion caused by attempting to commentate on ambiguous verses for which he lacks the education, a clear violation of Ibn Rushd's threefold system. While the scripture does indeed speak in corporeal terms for the masses to easily understand, according to Ibn Rushd, Al-Ghazali problematizes these metaphors and is compared by Ibn Rushd to a patient who constantly doubts the advice given to him by a doctor by meddling in matters that only medical experts should investigate.
Okay. It gets a lot easier. Okay, that's a lot easier to comment on. Yeah. Certainly, there are sometimes where people just try to steer problems by simply extracting out of what is ambiguous meanings that might be possible, but that are still hard to really prove, because once again, things are ambiguous. You can't truly express the reality of the world itself by not even understanding what is being treated on the point that you're trying to make, or by making up arguments based on assumptions that might be still wrong, but that at the same time require for everyone else to prove you wrong, to show that you somehow lack the proper knowledge to say such things in terms of and even more here complexly enough, theological matters, which Romans at that time were almost not involved in because they had almost not that they had no access to the Quran, they had no prior knowledge of the Quran, or people who had already professed such a religion to understand what it means, things that are being discussed in the very same nature of the ideologies of such structural belief. But yeah, I don't know, man. Let's see. It's quite impossible to deal with this one video. Let's see. Let's continue a little bit more. I think this was almost a complete loss of time in a sense of, oh wow, yeah, these people did that, this and that. This is not really anything to learn from, I guess.
With exception to perhaps his juristic works, Ibn Rushd's legacy was not one that would permeate deeply into the collective thought of the Muslim world. It seems that Al-Ghazali's dagger was steeped far too deeply into the Neoplatonic tradition, preventing any intellectual revival, even from the most cultivated of philosophers. This should not, however, deceive us into assuming Ibn Rushd's historical standing was hampered. Rather, his outlooks proliferated through Europe like wildfire, kickstarting the re-examination of ancient oases of knowledge and the intellectual rebirth that would act as the precursor to Europe's eventual ascendancy. His love of methodical, rational thought, marking the inception of a fresh class of intelligentsia befitting his own values, is captured in his statement that God has created man with his intellect intact, so that he may create the world anew every day.
Okay. Nice, nice. There is something finally worth it at the end, at the literal end of the video. But yeah, it does contain. You can always see how a little bit, how not just a little bit in this case, how much of an influence some people can have by simply influencing on different decisions and different arguments that are made over different points, and going through all of the considerations that are necessary for such distances on this world and such, yet again, observations of the matter itself that is being alive. But in this case, even Rust was capable. I guess, yeah, what was said at the end was capable of reigniting the flame of the philosophical spirit in the Western society after its main influences died. Although I don't really know how much of an influence he was, because once again, I never heard about this guy. But yeah, too much philosophy. Can we change into something more palpable? I am quite discontent with the video. I won't really lie. But can we can we change into something more palpable, or are we going to still be guessing and explaining just history, my man? I don't want that. I don't need that. Not not now. Not right now. Let's see. Can we have something else? My dear brother, is there any particular concept that we can watch? Let me. But yeah, at the very least, we got a little bit of Arab history, I guess. And I think I was literally complaining about it today, so yeah, nice. Nice to have it on hand to learn about this world from other views outside of what is the Western one. So yeah, um, what else do we have? Rupert, Rupert Spira? Who is this guy, my brother? Uh, you want to be quite complex to find something that is not so randomly based on just history, I guess. But yeah. I left this video on watch, and I wanted to watch it before. I remember, and it is only 21 minutes long. We can consume it. I think I think we deserve to do it after all. We Yeah, what we did before was just a study of history, nothing really deep. So let me please observe this. Is is this not watch right? This shouldn't be observed. We don't have seen this before. Let me just analyze what is being talked about here. Uh, okay, yeah, we didn't watch this one, so yeah. Okay. Now trying to leave this world with a little bit more comprehensible idea than what we just watched. Um, let's move into something more abstract, I guess, at the same time as concrete. But yeah, that's the next one. Let me unpin this nice video. Goodbye, fucker. Yeah, pin and unpin manually. Thank you. So yeah, let me let me see. We have this. We have that. We have this. We mute this. We activate this. Now we shall be ready. Yeah. This is all going on. No. Yeah. Okay. I saw it. Huh? I just saw the bitrate fucking decreasing. What the fuck is wrong with that? Anyways. Oh, that's what's next. Something more comprehensible than what we saw before. Let's let's continue.
Often, I think about dying. Now, I consider myself a reasonably intelligent person. I'm capable of forming coherent thoughts on a number of subjects. But thoughts of death shatter me entirely. I am helpless. I am horrified. I realize that, in the words of Leo Tolstoy, as I live, I am being stuffed into a big, dark sack. My warmest memories appear and immediately rush back into the past. The smell of the Atlantic springtime, picking blackberries with my mother, running through the garden and catching fireflies in jars. These memories I love so much become only reminders that one day I must die. And suddenly, every year is passing more quickly than the last. This dread comes from the unknowable and unstoppable nature of death. Why do we die? What does death mean? If we die, why do we live? These questions are perhaps the most well-trodden of all. History's greatest thinkers have pondered over death. The wisest, most talented humans our Earth has ever produced have attempted to tackle this subject. Yet, they have all failed. But why? Where do I go from here?
Very nice, very nice. Very simple introduction, I guess. Oh, but yeah. Yeah, it is very true that we have a lot of almost every single person their life has to deal with such questions, and it is necessary for them to find proper answers until the, their proper death arrives if they want to leave this world without worrying so much, let's say. Not because it is an obligation to do so, but rather because it is an act of self-preservation, to not worry yourself so much with such deep ideas that are mostly related to the nature of the existence itself that is given to a rational animal like us. So yeah, that is by itself, once again, something to start with. But besides that, everything else that is being kind of stated here is quite true. We don't know exactly why we're here. We don't know exactly why is it that we should try to keep going. And we will observe the possible answers here or next, I guess, afterwards. But I don't know if it is right now where I should say what I think they are or similar stuff like that. Or okay, let's say like this. At the very least, a possible explanation that can be given from a point of view of not being so confounded with the nature of every single action that you realize such things is one along the lines of simply reality is a place in which you find yourself being happy, and one in which you can sense that what you're doing is worth it, because the purpose itself of being alive is the one that you can come up with in a world in which, once again, there is no obligation to see anything as definite. So if you don't put yourself forward when it comes to trying and crafting and probably even failing to explain reality, you are not doing anybody a favor, because reality itself only ends when you stop making sense of it. And in this case, that is but an impossible thing to comprehend, because it only happens once you leave reality, and what ends up being the meaning of it is out of your hands, because you will never experience it, as it literally means that once you have found yourself to be dead, you have left the plane of rationality that you existed in before. So even if there were to be something later on that, you might as well not be here anymore. It is like you will never get how it feels to be sick if you have never been sick. You will never get how it feels to be dead if you have never been dead. So, quite complex to come up with an explanation for something of such a nature without once again having gone through such things. And this also obviously doesn't mean that you should search near death experiences or being in the afterlife just to come back experiences. No, sorry if that was what I ended up hinting at.
As far as I can tell, there are two places we can seek an answer to death: man and nature. Man presents us with science, and in the subject of death, science offers a white flag in a war. Science can tell us the biomechanical, physiological realities of death. It can tell us what happens to your body when you die and how your body then decays. While academically interesting, this does little to bring clarity to death. It does nothing to help a person make peace with dying. So I find the world's greatest scientists rendered somehow into uselessness. Moving past science, we can look elsewhere. Spiritualists, philosophers, whoever, they've all examined death. I've read many of them. The might of all of this intellectual force has been hurled at death time and time again. I still find no answers. Lots of questions, but no answers. And surely I can expect nothing more. People are writing about things they know nothing about. When they so beautifully theorized about death, they had not died. They were as ignorant then as I am now. These writings are window dressing. Beautiful, but ultimately without function in the face of death. I'm being shoved into a sack. Do I want it to have spots or stripes? Of course, there's also God, religion, man's greatest shield against the reality of death. I have a deep admiration for the religious. To have such faith, such conviction in a storm of arguments to the contrary, I believe this requires a tremendous and unique strength of character. But like so many, I cannot bring myself to believe in God. I'd like to believe in God, but I'm not strong enough. I cannot look at the world around us, even with all of its beauty, and take seriously the idea of God. What God gives a child cancer? What God sends hurricanes to the poor? O God of mine. Religion can have no place in my conversation with death. Without other solutions, I often look to nature. Here we have it full.
Okay, yeah. That's it is pretty understandable this being said so far. I guess it goes back to you can't really come up with a proper explanation about it because nobody has really experienced it. And even those who said they have probably were miscategorized. Nobody, once again, really experiences that. So it is quite an alarming situation to try and search for a response about a situation that never reaches um, reality itself. We have yet to see somebody who has died properly then come back. But yeah, this is so far interesting and pretty much even a starting point into seeing what will be the idea presented here. If I am not wrong, Horses, the channel from which we have already watched some videos, tends to have a positive ending. So maybe this is going to be not so negative. But the reality so far is that what was said is true. You can't really observe death and find a proper solution anywhere when it comes to humans and their human responses. I mean, there is no meaning for it. That is the reality so far. But anyways, continuing, I guess, because there is also now the animal realm, which we might find something. I don't see exactly what. I can't foresee, better to say, exactly what, but there might be something.
Vultures, hyenas, insects. These creatures all thrive off the deaths of others. In nature, animals die and leave opportunities for the other members of their ecosystem. I do find beauty in this phenomenon. How could a person not? I wish this could provide me with some great comfort, but I still find myself running into that same concrete wall. The conclusion of nature does nothing to abate the paralyzing feeling I get when I think about death. You see, reason and hope become grotesquely meaningless when posed with these questions. The truth that I know with all of my body, is that there can be no answer. In fact, the only answer is the hopelessness I feel when I think about death. And so all I can do is live. The only thing I can find that is an approximation of an answer to this dilemma is just that, life. How can a person really live with death looming over everything at the end of every day? Many philosophers and authors have discussed this question. Unlike their conversations of death, their conversations of life in the face of death can provide some earnest direction. In
Okay.
1879,
Okay. Oh man. I can see it. Yeah. It is certainly a hard topic to talk about. Because once again, there is no real response here. It is make believe of the one you like the most. And if you like it enough, it will become true for you, you guess. But there is nothing to really hold yourself onto. And the only possible distraction that you have is life. Yet again, as it was mentioned here, kind of, life is the only thing that happens. That doesn't really mean that. So you shouldn't really be seeking so much death or preoccupying yourself about something that will unavoidably arrive in the face of still being the complete opposite of what your reality is. But I don't know, it is this is hard, man. This is hard, yeah, I guess you can't really see a response for that or anything like that. But that is not I think the real question to ask. It is like I will say it. I have heard something very similar to this somewhere else, like why, if you haven't ever started to try and make minimal efforts to live a good life, would you jump to the final conclusion to try and answer why all of that is meaningful? It is, I am going to copy a very stupid example, but I can't really come up with something that is as good as that, sadly. Because you know that every single movie has an ending, you don't really rush to turn off the TV because you just realize that it will have an ending. That is not the point of watching a movie. The same thing happens here. You shouldn't seek out so much what's the meaning of being dead because you will never experience being dead as long as you're alive. That is not the meaning of being alive. But I don't know. Continuing, I guess.
Leo Tolstoy had published War and Peace as well as Anna Karenina. He had earned his place among world literature, hailed as a genius. After being born into wealth, Tolstoy had become famous for doing what he loved the most, and yet he felt entirely unfulfilled. Promise of achievement had been broken. Tolstoy was spiritually, emotionally lost, despite a life that should have produced the opposite. It was in this state that he wrote The Confession. This roughly 100-page essay outlined his quest to find the meaning of life, and specifically the deep depression that he fell into upon concluding that life was meaningless. It discusses melancholy, suicide, depression, and misery. It is one of the most heartbreaking, arresting essays ever put to paper. And in these pages, I found my only comfort. Tolstoy begins with his decreasing interest and belief in religion. He says that he only believed in God because his elders had instructed him to, and even then, the belief had been shaky. Throughout Tolstoy's early years, perhaps his truer religion had been art. He sought fulfillment in his art, poetry, writing, and in the circles of geniuses that he associated with. Tolstoy had once held a great faith in the arts, but it was one that began to wane. The people in his circle, including himself, were paid and praised highly for their work. The public said they were arbiters of profound, ultimate truths, that these artists were enlightening the world. The artists themselves believed it. How could they not? But Tolstoy eventually realized that for every great writer's idea, there would be another who wholly disagreed with it. So he wondered how any of these people could really be arbiters of truth if they themselves didn't even agree on this truth. Tolstoy observed that his peers simply hung out with people who praised them and rejected those who didn't, so every artist believed themselves to be correct. His faith in the arts as a driver of meaning crumbled. Instead, he began to look at the concept of progress. Live to make progress. Within progress, one could find fulfillment, Tolstoy believed. He would have a family, create a wondrous life, and just make progress. But years into this, Tolstoy traveled to Paris. There he witnessed a public execution. As the prisoner's head fell into its box, Tolstoy began to question this concept of progress. This disillusionment continued with the death of Tolstoy's brother, Nikolai. He was a kind and intelligent man when he fell ill in his mid-20s. Nikolai suffered for over a year, eventually succumbing to an agonizing death from consumption. By Tolstoy's estimation, Nikolai never understood why he lived, why he suffered, nor why he died. In the face of this reality, what good was progress? But still clinging to this idea of progress, Tolstoy began to teach young peasants in Russia. However, he quickly realized this was futile. Tolstoy himself did not have what they needed to learn. Whatever knowledge would have improved their lives, provided them fulfillment, Tolstoy himself could not identify and didn't even have. So his teaching became an impossible task. These experiences all crystallized in a deep, dark time of depression for Leo Tolstoy. In Confession, he says this about his pursuit of progress. I still had not understood that in answering that one must live according to progress, I was talking just like a person being carried along in a boat by the waves and the wind. Such a person replies to the only important question, where do we steer? By saying, we are being carried somewhere.
Okay. Okay. I think. Well, at some point it was necessary for us to finally deal with somebody who is a real nihilist, no? Yeah, my brother. So far, everything is true that it is fully meaningless. Why would you ever try to make any effort if at the end of the day you can see that it all doesn't really matter? Why would you ever try to make your advancements in society, your discoveries, if somebody is still going to say that you might be wrong? Because all of those things, so far, as I am aware of, as it is capable of realizing, one who stops for a mere second to think, is that the reality itself doesn't fall to your desires as much as you want to. Not that reality is so easy to manipulate, in which you can make sense out of everything that does happen the instant it appears in front of you. And even more, you are not alone in this reality. You are always accompanied by every single human being in this thing that is called the world. So if you want to understand this, you should somehow possess the capacity of understanding every single thing that happens. And it is physically impossible by itself to define all of the things that do occur in nature and reality itself without first and foremost becoming something extra humane that goes beyond the capacities of what is by itself a natural being. So it is true that, yeah, you can see a reason as to why it would be useful to say that progress is good, or that trying to teach somebody is good, because after all, there are always going to be problems going on. Or at the same time, for example, what sticks with me the most is this idea that Tolstoy's brother died at a younger age, and that he didn't get to be such a useful guy, and that because of that he never even saw any benefit from progress. That is when, for example, it becomes impellingly necessary for everybody to realize then that progress is also there because you want to avoid such things. You don't want to give people such sufferings. At the very least, if you want to understand something, it is that by the own very same nature of your existence, you already know what suffering is and you already know that you should try to avoid it. So progress minimally tries to guide you towards the avoidance of suffering in different multiple ways that you can always modify to your own choice and accept, integrate, and modify yourself towards, or fully ignore and keep living a blind life of always overwhelming suffering. All of these things doesn't mean that you should be part of a society, not that you should be organized towards a society. It only means that they do exist and that they do happen to open themselves up to the possibility of also inviting you to them. But this, once again, doesn't equate to you having to feel like part of one or anything like that. And once again, the problem itself being what's the meaning of being alive can't be so easily expressed when you are ready to disprove whatever is being said to you. Like, yeah, Also, if you try to make sense out of reality, you will see that reality keeps changing and keeps making itself even harder and harder to fully see. So why would you even try to do such a thing? Why don't you just make the easiest decision here and end it all? Huh? You know, such conclusions can be easily taken by even a 5-year-old when they observe for long enough periods of time such questions, but the reality lies beyond what is just a first realization of wow, this is so hard. But anyways, I don't know. Continuing, I guess.
Tolstoy had always thought the meaning of life and death would come to him, and he would find it eventually. But now it became clear this wasn't going to happen. These questions came up over and over in his mind. In the confession, he compares them to tiny black points. They were few and far between initially, but were coming together to form a single, unignorable, dark stain. They were, he said, like an illness ignored by a patient. The symptoms occurred with increasing frequency until they turned into one continuous duration of suffering. Suddenly, the patient would discover the truth. What was once a mild illness had now become death. Tolstoy was a famous intellectual. He had access to the greatest knowledge history had ever produced. No library would refuse him entry. He could sit down and have conversations with the wisest men in the world, and so he did. But through all of this, Tolstoy found no answers. He was instead overtaken with an intense depression. His thoughts turned to suicide, and these suicidal ideations became as normal to him as self-preservation once had been. To end his life felt as natural as eating or sleeping. To prevent himself from taking his own life, Tolstoy removed all the ropes from his room. He stopped hunting with a gun. In the confession, Tolstoy likened this time to having climbed a mountain. He was as successful as he could have ever been. He had reached the summit, expecting a wondrous view. Instead, he stood there like a fool, having found only an empty wasteland. In time, Tolstoy found himself with a new conclusion. Not that he didn't have the answers to life and death, but instead that these questions simply didn't have answers.
Nice,
In the
nice.
confession, Tolstoy...
Wait! But yeah. So far, that's the common logical point to reach. Certainly, there is no proper response for such a thing, my brother. But that is also where it becomes rather meaningless to get searching for them. You shouldn't avoid observing that such questions don't really possible to answer for anybody being alive. Because once again, they oppose what is the very same nature of being alive. But also something that bothers me is this whole notion of are we really talking about death? Are we really talking about different problems that arise from dying? Because something that is being ignored here is why are you even mentioning death? You yourself haven't even considered yourself towards finding proper response. Because I guess when you're already starting to drown, you have finally starting to depict how necessary it was for you to find a proper response. But until that happened, you started to slowly, so overwhelmed by shadow was the question, the imminent question that always takes everybody by surprise of why is it that you're here. In the case of Tolstoy, I would say probably was the question itself of can we really get a proper response? Or are we just analyzing what is that? Because everything else has become but just a problem that can't be really understood without leaving the initial desires born out of believing once again that you will seek out a proper response for being here. This is not so easy as it seems, and this will never be an easy field to stand in. But if you make no effort towards finding the proper responses, they won't fucking appear for you, my man. And I am sorry if it was ever promised like that to anybody, but the very some nature of the world is one where everything will keep happening no matter how much you influence or not. So you better go out there and try to come up with something that satisfies your own desires until it is too late. And you will end up having to do something like this, where you have to see and where you have to try and explain what is the reasoning behind observing questions as incredibly complex as why is it that we live if we are all going to still die? You know? But anyways, I guess continuing for the other half of the video, which seems to be quite long. Let me see. Yeah. We only have. Oh no, wait. We have 3 segments. So yeah.
Answers. In the confession, Tolstoy concludes that there are 4 ways to live a life, at least for a man in his class. First was ignorance. Some people, for whatever reason, had never been bothered by these questions. Tolstoy's thoughts here were simple. Once you start thinking about these things, you can't unthink them. There's no going back. So there wasn't anything he could learn from the ignorant. Second.
Okay. Yeah. I think we can pause here. Yeah. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of ignorance. Sometimes you get to not find that you are living with such problematic things around you. And that is why you can go to sleep without having to question anything about anything else. Because you are not even aware of the problems that surround you. You know, stress doesn't come from not even realizing that you have a problem and completely being ignorant of its own nature. It comes from the reality of knowing that you have something and you haven't found a solution for it that you can apply in the moment of feeling like that. But yeah, ignorance is certainly one of the most liberating things. And the problem is you can't really predicate ignorance because still problems are going to come. And it is necessary for you to be ready to deal with problems because they will ever come and you have no way of stopping them. So yeah, ignorance is one of the many ways. I thought that I can agree easily. I can't say anything else in this case. Continuing.
And he said was Epicureanism. Defines this idea as being aware of one's impending death and its consequences, but enjoying life anyways. Points to the words of the biblical figure King Solomon. Do whatever you can do by the strength of your hand. There is no work in the grave where you are going, no reflection, no knowledge, no wisdom. Tolstoy writes that most people employ this method, but he points to it as being inherently immoral. He says that these people lead lives where they experience more good things than bad, but through a moral stupidity, they forget that all of their advantages, privileges, and allowances are pure luck, just happen to be born into a good situation. He says that they forget not everyone can be a King Solomon with his palaces, his women, and his money. For every palace, there are 1,000 men who built it. The same chance that turns a man into a Solomon one day can turn him into one of Solomon's slaves the next. Tolstoy says that these people have a dullness of imagination that allows them to forget death, to forget that death will eventually just destroy the things they enjoy so much. He claims Epicureans aren't really much different than the ignorant. See, once a person is illuminated to the moral problems with this lifestyle, there's again no going back. So ultimately, Tolstoy finds no comfort in Epicureanism. The third choice.
Okay. It does happen that certainly there are ways in which you become very self-indulgent in the world. And it becomes a, I guess in this case it is a rather logical critique to say that it is not so good. See all of this as incredibly self-centered and that you should never live such hedonistic lives or Epicurean lives as Tolstoy used to describe them, I guess. The problem itself also lies in the fact that you personally have no obligation towards seeing this world as something so incredibly lit that you never take it seriously because I hear there of the main problem, and that is you are only doing the opposite of what Tolstoy did, that is overwhelmingly become obsessed with something that can't really be explained. In that case, is to live such a luxurious life that you never pay attention to what is the main problem of such a thing. So I don't really get to decide how this goes, but neither of those seem to be the proper measure of this. So I think so far it is true that you can become self centered, but it also is true that you can become self centered, and neither of those I would even wish to have, nor to be afflicted upon my enemies, they will say.
He proposes suicide. If you don't like a room, then leave, Tolstoy declares. However, he says he's too emotionally weak to do this. Final option is where I find comfort, and it seems Tolstoy found some version of comfort as well. An option is simply to live, to recognize that everything will be destroyed eventually and that you will die eventually, but to keep moving forward. No matter how painful or inane or seemingly pointless death renders things to be, just keep living. Now, Tolstoy wrote this essay in the midst of a profound depression, and so he
I think, yeah. Wait. I think he will also give his narration of this or his view of this, so let's see.
concludes that option 4 is wholly miserable. However, I have to disagree. I don't choose to disagree. I have to. I have no choice. I have no interest in suicide. I have no way of understanding death. This question will be forever unanswered. So all that I can do is find fulfillment in life and a meaningful connection to the act of living. This house may be destroyed in time, but I must still live in it. So I should make it nice. And so when I torment myself with imaginations of death, I have to think about this. I have to seek fulfillment in the mundane, in the everyday. I cannot dwell on the future. Friends, family, work, leisure, these are the things that make up my life, however futile they are when pitted against death. Indeed, the alternative is horrific. To let death lead one's life entirely astray, to ignore the issues of death, and to lead a wholly unexamined life. This is an entirely different form of self-destruction. Perhaps appropriately, this is a subject Tolstoy examined in other work.
Okay, yeah. I don't see. I think it is like the third and fourth at the same time because you can realize that the world has no meaning for anything at all and that everything is made up, and therefore, in that instant, choose to commit the action of taking your own life, or even worse, to realize that nothing is meaningless, it's meaningful, that everything is made up, and still choose to torture yourself with being alive. So, I don't think any of those is true. I can pretty much still see that it becomes rather meaningless to discuss such incidents that will never happen to you. Once again, I already stated my version of that. Not because you know that a movie is going to end, turn off your TV. It doesn't mean, nor it does work like that. Also, you don't get any particular benefit from doing such things. You will always rather try your best to remain positive and to remain centered on what is happening in the present moment, where you can enjoy things, than to focus in what is going to occur in the next 50,000 million years of history of the universe, where maybe there is going to be something minimally resembling end of the sun that is our local star or something approximately similar to that. You never know, nor you will be even there, you fucker. Why are you thinking about such shit? It is meaningless for you to try and picture such stuff. Why is it that you aren't bothered by the fourth or the fifth dimension, or the sixth, or the seventh, or the eighth, or ninth, or 10th, or 11th? Why are you fucking worried about that when it comes from the same place of those concepts that have no fucking relationship to what is your present self? Obviously, it is hard to get something that doesn't happen to you. It is the same as asking a schizophrenic, how is it that they see the world? Then afterwards saying, I cannot believe that you see the world like that. Why don't you just stop? What are you talking about? But anyways, continuing.
The death of Ivan Ilyich is a fantastic companion piece to the confession, whether or not it was intended as such. It tells the story of Ivan Ilyich, a court official who falls and injures himself while hanging curtains in his home. The pain grows until a physician informs Ivan that the injury is terminal and he will die. The novella tells the story of Ivan's death. In fact, it opens with his funeral. From the first pages, the reader is assured that nothing will come save Ivan Ilyich, that the book does not end with some miracle. Ivan Ilyich spent his life as basically a social climber and a careerist. On his deathbed, he learns the consequences of this life. As Ivan lies dying, he remembers a passage he studied in school. Caius is a man. All men are mortal. Therefore, Caius is mortal. Slowly, Ivan realizes that he has ignored death, and instead he has lived a profound lie, an existence with no examination of death. Like a school child who breaks down when faced with punishment, Ivan's lie also crumbles as death becomes imminent. He's concealed death from himself, and thereby concealed life as well. Ivan, in the early stages of his infliction, wants only to live how he used to go back to when things were pleasant, before this whole mess. So he begins to reflect on these pleasantries. But as he lays in his bed dying, Ivan realizes they all feel quite different. He says these pleasantries are melting into insignificance, all of them, except for the earliest recollections of his childhood. Of course, it was during these years that Ivan was unaffected by formal ideas of pleasantness or societal expectations. It occurs to Ivan that perhaps he did not live his life correctly. But he asks, how can that be? I did everything that was demanded of me. And in this question, Ivan is presented with the truth. He lived his entire life to fulfill the whims of others, in some cases in the micro sense, his employers or co-workers. In others, more grand, the expectations and ambitions that culture imposed on him, things that he fell for: wealth, status, adornment. As early as his schooling days, Ivan says he committed acts that he found abhorrent that inspired in him a sense of self-hatred. But by his colleagues, these acts were considered to be normal and admirable. Eventually, Ivan himself became one of those colleagues. These abhorrent acts likewise became normal and even aspirational by virtue of other people's expectations. So his life met all of these expectations. It earned him the approval and admiration of these people and institutions. But Tolstoy writes that Ivan's chief agony, one that even the opium could not solve, was this feeling. What if his whole life Ivan had not been doing the right thing? Eventually, Ivan cedes to this question and its inevitable answer. Fortunately, all of his decisions already inflicted their damage. On his deathbed, Ivan is truly alone, profoundly alone, in a way unbeholden to the physical presence of other humans. Tolstoy writes that Ivan feels a loneliness among his acquaintances and family, people who he had believed to be his loved ones, but perhaps are not. Ivan's loneliness, Tolstoy says, is fuller than any that can exist on Earth, from the bottom of the sea or in the ground itself. Ivan's death, because of the way he lived, becomes an experience of isolation. And so at his deathbed, he is surrounded only by the most shallow version of company. In one passage, Ivan wants nothing more than to cry, to weep, and for someone to pity him as he lies in his excruciatingly painful death. He wants someone to cry with him, to comfort him as if he were a child. This is all that he wants with every fiber of his being. And then would in come one of his colleagues, asking only for a ruling on a legal matter. You see, all around him, Ivan saw people who were lying. They were basically pretending he wasn't actually dying. Tolstoy writes, this lie all around him and inside him, more than anything, poisoned the last days of Ivan Ilyич's life. When death finally arrives for Ivan, he begs his family for forgiveness. He cries and pleads. Only in this does he then die in peace. But Ivan's funeral reveals the depravity of his life in one final and horrifically triumphant blow. The attendees do not mourn or cry, but rather they express pure selfishness. Some think of the promotions they may win now that he's died. Others consider what amounts of money they could inherit. Still more people seem entirely annoyed by the whole thing, annoyed by the tedium of the tasks they must now perform. Broadly, these attendees are filled with a subdued joy that it is Ivan who has died, not them. The death of Ivan Ilyich tells us that a life poorly lived only serves to amplify the horrors of death, or perhaps create them entirely. And so I believe the answer to death is not found in what happens after or during, or even why we all must die,
Yeah.
but instead in how we live.
Yeah. Finally. Let's fucking go. Are we finally reaching a proper conclusion, or do I have to say anything? There are 2 minutes left. I would rather see what is being said, but yeah. Let's see to the end.
I was raised, along with my sister, by a single mother through early childhood. She worked a lot, as one must, to support 2 children, so my grandmother often took care of me in my mother's absence. Most days after school saw my grandmother, as did weekends and most of the summers. 2020, my grandmother had a stroke at the age of 93. She went to the hospital, largely not herself, physically or mentally. That night she suffered another stroke and a heart attack. Having signed a do not resuscitate order, my grandmother died that night in the hospital. She was accompanied by her husband of some 70 years. In my 20s, my relationship with my grandmother had deteriorated some, just by virtue of distance. I'd moved to a new city 1,000 miles away, but we still spoke on the phone here and there. The last thing my grandmother ever said to me was this: "People like to say life is short. Don't listen to them. Life is long." I think death can be a lot of things. It can be an enemy, a pair of shackles, a companion, or something else entirely. My dread will never go away. We'll never have answers to the question of death. We'll still lie in bed and think about dying, with regularity, likely for the rest of my life. I dare not delude myself with ideas of legacy. All people die. Some just take longer. But my hopes are twofold. First, that I can be ready for death somehow when it comes. Second, that in the meantime, I can live. That I can find true joy in all that entails. Indeed, I believe I have plenty of time to do so.
So yeah, that's the video. Yeah, amazing. Finally, we fucking watched that video. But yeah, it's true. It is completely true. What was said at the end. Basically, that's it. Sometimes we worry too much with things that will never come to us, that we will never ourselves experience. And the reality is what's meaningful and what's more important is the present moment and what you can do, what you have in your hands, and what you can do before it all crumbles down into nothing. Because if you were to notice that by keeping yourself thinking only about what is imminent, you didn't realize how good you had it in front of you right now, you will even go as far as destroying what was that version of you that decides to not take action. That's why here we are not simply observing what's dead, but rather what is life itself. What is the method of believing that you are not worthy of existing, or that you do not deserve to be part of this world? And all of that is certainly true, and all of that is certainly a necessary question for everybody to try and answer. Because if you do not take such matters into your own hands, nobody else can even instigate such a desire onto you. And sadly, once you realize how much you have been ignoring these questions, it might be late for you if you never even try to ask such things. And if you even decide to laugh in the face of those who did it before you, now that you have faced the reality, and now that you have overcome the problem of being blinded by early desires, you will see that you still have to do the final show of finally sitting down and saying, well, what's the point of this? Is it something that I am enjoying or not? And what can I improve on all of these matters? And probably by doing so, you will see something worth it. And if it isn't worth it, you need to make it worth. Because once again, this will still reach a point And if you somehow believe that it is necessary for you to accelerate what will unavoidably reach its end, you, my friend, might have decided to go with the worst possible outcome for all of this. But yeah, that's the video. Nice, nice, pretty nice, I guess. Ah man, it's. I remember that I saw that video like probably I saw it when it almost came out, and we never really watched that video. It was quite an adventure before, but yeah. Um, Also, but yeah, that's everything that we can say. Oh, ah, very, I guess, very nice. And yeah, that's everything that we can conclude from all of that short thinking process. It took like 40 minutes to go over whatever was that. But yeah, we have done so. We have finally contemplated that. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I guess also sadly this has reached its end, its final point, its finite state, because nothing else can really say today. Uh, yeah, this has been quite a journey, I feel like. So, anyways, we survived all of this. So now I think we deserve to take a nice, very chill break. As always, thanks for watching. Single gift. It has been crazy, and we will see what can be the next opportunity. I'm thinking, and even if we don't get to be anymore, please keep yourself safe. This has been so far an amazing thing. Well, yeah, I mean, quite late. Won't get wrecked, my brother. But yeah, this is the end. What did you want me to do? Should have wake up earlier or something like that. I don't know. 5 minutes. Okay, we have 5 minutes. What do you want me to say? Tell me. What do you want me to go on about? There it is. No, there isn't. What's up with that? Station. I have it muted. Nice. There it is. No, for real. 5 minutes. What do you want? Tell me. Because yeah, we went through quite a lot of stuff today. We as always did like 1 hour of talking. We watched 2 videos to it. That was quite weird. Ah, yeah. Here we are. After finish. Well, in reality, we watched 3 videos, so that was quite crazy. But yeah, on the guitar riff itself, I think I have become. I think it is said enamored of how it sounds. It is one of the most pleasurable sounds that I have ever heard in terms of music, and also it has certainly a lot of feelings attached to it, because throughout time I used to hear it before even I streamed, so it is nice to have the opportunity of sharing that with everyone else. It is a pleasure in that sense, and it feels quite nice. But it also happens that we limited how much we can hear it, because certainly we don't have to force um, all the good things that it gave us, and it has its own tiny, I don't think, problems. I have really never heard such a good progression as this one, that seamlessly loops onto itself, being real. So it is quite a beauty to have found something of this sort. But at the same time, it does happen that even if this doesn't really get stale for me, it ends up becoming quite an annoying thing for somebody else. So, understanding the priorities that others have and the desires of others is quite a basic task in this case. So simply letting it go, not worrying so much about what is itself being dead or being felt in all of those senses is quite useful. But yeah, I believe the guitar will probably stay with us for quite a long time. I don't believe I will ever remove the rhythm itself. Probably at some point in the future, far, far in the future, it might happen that I might increase the price, but I don't think so. At least right now, I don't think so. And even if I were to do it later on, I will try to make it still accessible because once again, it is something that I enjoy hearing. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. No, also I won't lower the price. It is already lowered. It lost 250 points of price, so now it is even more accessible than before. It is even better than before, let's say. So lowering it even more will be quite meaningless, I reckon. Also, wait, did I mute? No, I didn't mute the desktop audio. Nice. But yeah, I won't lower the price of that. I can make it pricier, but that will happen in the future. So far, we are fine, and we have no necessity of doing it. So yeah, we are we are good with how this goes and such things. But yeah. We are. How much more? Wait. How much more? We have like 10 seconds left. Subunkum. I am sorry, but this is finally. Yes, this is it, my brother. This is the end. This is the final point. You have nothing more to really say, so I guess now for real. Which one? What's the counter? Which counter? No. The counter is all a mental counter. I have here the image of 5 minutes. 5 minutes ago, you said at exactly for me 3 a.m. Um, 5 minutes of guitar riff. That's the rhythm. And now 5 minutes later at 3.5. Oh wow! It has come. It has come to reality check. Um, no, no, it isn't 3 minutes. It is 5. But let it go, Bonko. Let it go. Let it go. Let itself be happy. But and learn to let it. Because this is it. There is nothing. But yeah. Anyways, I guess now for real. Thanks for everything. It has been another great day, another success, I guess, after such a long time. Oh, but yeah, I don't even know what's in the schedule for tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for it. It has been a pleasure being here to you all, and we will see what we can do for the next time. And even if we don't find anything particularly interesting, we'll have a good one still, because the important matter, as we have just discussed, is to have a good one. That is the one. So yeah, yet again, it has been a pleasure. Please keep safe, and yeah, eh, that's right. But don't tell the others, because there is a certain tendency. Somebody says the word, so go. And, Stay silent. Stay. Literally, don't touch anything. No, so that we can write somewhere. Thank you. Goodbye. You can't hear the whisper because it is too whispery for the guitar. That is incredibly loud. So yeah. That's it. We're ready. But before anyone has the chance of fucking leaving, let me do this. The reality is, I am not probably going to watch that much. I am falling asleep. So let's leave with some beautiful Dota 2 gameplay. Yeah. I think the bots have been finally fixed. Not that I hope it seems so quite nice, but yeah. As always, once again, thanks for everything, thanks for being here, thanks for watching, thanks for lurking, thanks for watching the VOD, thanks for everything you give people. Please keep yourself safe, please work on whatever it is that you need to work, hydrate, do all that you need to do. Whenever we can, we're getting back here, probably tomorrow. If not, at the very least, we were happy with whatever happened. Now, we are ready. Chin Machine, who is playing Dota 2 with Fufi. So yeah, quite a quite a thing to behold, I guess. So yeah, thanks for everything. And please keep yourself safe because that is the most important thing here. Goodbye.